Okay, welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the use of e-scooters, e-bikes and related mobility options. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. We'll start by getting you all sworn in. So if we could start from my left, Dr. Crozier, if everybody could state their name, position, title, and then either an oath or affirmation, please. Thank you.
Chair, my name is John Crozier. I'm a vascular and a trauma surgeon, currently at Liverpool Hospital, former chair of the National Trauma Committee of the Royal Australasian College of Surgeons. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you so much. Dr. Puttaswamy?
That's correct. Thank you. My name is Vikram Puttaswamy. I'm a vascular transplant surgeon. I'm the chair of the New South Wales branch of the Trauma Committee, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Dr. Sundapan?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Soundapan. I'm a general paediatric surgeon and head of the trauma services at the Children's Hospital at Westmead. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Hay?
Thank you. So my name is Wei He. So I'm the Trauma Data and Research Manager at the Children's Hospital at Westmead. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now, there's provision for short opening statements, so I'll start with you. Dr. Crozier, are you making one?
Please. Chair, thank you. As surgeons, we see daily, currently, a large burden of e-mobility device-related injuries in hospitals throughout New South Wales. We are conscious of the prudence demonstrated by this state in cautious rollout, particularly of commercial e-scooter operation. We're cognisant of experience in Brisbane and in Melbourne, which has seen some contracted arrangements with commercial e-scooter operation terminated because of the burden of injuries generated in very short spaces of time. We are advocates particularly for the most vulnerable in our community, and we acknowledge that pedestrians have a primacy in the consideration. This is about people and place, it is about movement and amenity, but that has to be tempered with a consideration of the fact that the riders of these devices are just that, riders, that the devices are powered with electric motors and should be regarded as motor vehicles. It's important that under active transport we give appropriate regard to pedestrians, to conventional cycles, and that we see personal mobility devices with motors given an appropriate regard and perhaps separated out under the terms of existing legislation, because the riders are not actively moving. Impacts greater than 10 kilometres per hour, particularly to the very fragile human, be they the pedestrian impacted, be they the rider of, or be a pillion illegally on, render significant injuries, particularly to the face of the rider or the pillion, and extremity injuries of quite significance to particularly elderly, sight-impaired or hearing-impaired pedestrians. And I thank, again, on behalf of the college, the opportunity of being involved in a process, a very important process, where the decisions made help inform policy and legislation, which has a critical impact on the health system in the state. I'm very conscious of how fragile our compulsory third-party provisions are. That insurer, there's a significant threat to the insurance that may be payable in the face of a scale of injury that is likely to be significant if appropriate controls are not put in place. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Others with short opening statements?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, John. So, as mentioned, I'm a vascular surgeon, head of Department of Vascular and Renal Transplant Surgery at North Shore Hospital, and actively involved in the management of trauma patients, as are my two surgical colleagues here. We're all members of the New South Wales RACS Trauma Committee, and I'm also a member of the National RACS Trauma Committee as well. We regularly see patients that come into our emergency departments with major trauma already. And what we have seen is, over the last few years, a number of increased incidents of patients with major trauma coming in related to e-mobility devices. We submitted on behalf of New South Wales RACS submission number 195, which I co-signed with our local president, stating that we are certainly concerned about the potential increase in events, major events that would then come to our emergency departments, and also increase the amount of morbidity and mortality that we are already seeing and being exposed to in our significantly stretched hospital system. So we're very concerned that we're aware that obviously there's a benefit in these mobility devices, but we would like to make sure that there are strict guidelines put in place to reduce their trauma-related impact.
Thank you. Other comments? Opening statements?
Yeah, can I go first? I'd like to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to present here. So our submission is based on the data collected within the major pediatric trauma service at the Children's Hospital at Westmead. We maintain this data on a daily basis to monitor injury patterns closely. However, we recognize the numerical data alone, such as what we have included in this submission, may not fully capture the range and the depth of PMD-related injuries, especially given the lack of consistent coding scheme in the trauma registry so far. A more comprehensive understanding often requires a variety of data collection and analysis method to present the full picture.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I work at the Children's Hospital at Westmead within the trauma service. And over the last 5 years, we are seeing an increasing number of children present to our emergency department with injuries related to electric mobility vehicles. And there's been a very sharp increase this year. And what concerns us most is 2/3 of these children are not wearing helmets when they're on these bikes. We have seen these happen in a variety of environment. Very concerning is that some of them are happening on streets with children colliding against stationary vehicles or even moving vehicles. There have been occasions of children being injured as pedestrians from electric mobility vehicles. While most injuries that we see are soft tissue and fractures, some of them have sustained significant head injuries with fractures, complex fractures, also bleeds into their brain, and internal organ injuries in the abdomen, requiring admission and also care in the intensive care unit. So while we understand that this is an important and very popular transport modality, we are concerned that children as young as 5 are using them, and we would strongly recommend that these children under 16 are not allowed to, young adults under 16 are not allowed to use these vehicles. Helmet use are compulsory, and we are also concerned about the speed of these vehicles when they're on shared zones with pedestrians. The maximum speed they can travel at is 25, which can cause significant injuries. So if they are on shared pathways, we think the speed should be limited to 10 in those instances. Ideally not in the shared space with pedestrian, but if so, then it should be 10. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just kick off with questions, and I will note as well, which I should have done at the beginning, we have a couple of members of the committee online. So we have Ms Natalie Ward from the opposition and Mr Wes Fang from the opposition as well online, and I'm sure they'll jump in with questions at some point. So just in terms of the data, I'm interested in the analysis between e-bikes and e-scooters compared to, you know, suddenly one Christmas there's a new scooter that the kids get and everybody's riding around. You see all, you know, the bikes, and there's trends in mobility devices, whether they're electric or not. Some of the submissions point to the data, which I don't have in front of me. I think they are suggesting going to other studies. But what's the difference between, or is there, between what you're seeing now, and you said in the last 12 months particularly, in terms of e-scooters compared to, say, over the last decade, with kids who are always going to speed down hills on bikes, whether they're electric or not, and riding with a helmet or not? So just wanting to explore that a bit further. Who would like to, and I don't know who to direct any of these questions to, because you all sound as experienced as the other on this issue.
So
Okay.
the majority of injuries we're seeing in children are from e-scooters. 70% of the injuries are from e-scooters. Only about a third in children are from e-bikes.
And this data is collected and how, and given to who? So if you're collecting the data, for example, in Westmead, that goes, is any government agency collecting that afterwards?
There are a couple of ways the data is collected. The data that we are presenting to the committee is through the trauma service. So we collect data based on children who have a trauma team activation, which is based on what is considered a significant mechanism of injury, or the child is known to come with a significant injury and a trauma team is activated, so a team of doctors can evaluate multiple systems at the same time and manage them. We haven't captured data of presentations through the emergency department. We acknowledge that that is a deficiency in what we have presented, but it's likely some kids come and go from the emergency department without us being aware. The data that we collect through the trauma service, anything with a significant injury score, is also submitted to the state trauma registry, which is maintained by the Institute of Trauma and Injury Management, which works within the ACI.
Okay.
And of other, if I could
Sure.
just augment, in this jurisdiction in the last 12 months, there are 53 fatalities on on cycles, on bicycles.
In the last 12?
In the last 12 months.
In New South Wales?
In New South Wales. This is data from Bernard Carlin, Transport for New South Wales, presented yesterday at a meeting at the Institute of Trauma and Injury Management, at which I was a participant. And I do commend Hardeep Singh, who has collated work on behalf of the state that does show an almost exponentially rising trend in e-mobility related injury in the state, with peaks at the end of the year, exactly the time of the year when a range of gifts are being given, and more recently these will include electric motorised devices. Against that background of 53 fatalities of the cyclists and 9,536 hospitalisations of cycle-related injuries, where it's not clear how many of these are with an electric motor as a component of the bike or whether it's a conventional bike, because coding is actually very problematic in this very rapidly evolving space. Now, I want to contrast that fatality rate with a pedestrian burden. And in the last 12 months in New South Wales, there were 231 pedestrian fatalities, 4 times the numbers of fatalities as a pedestrian in New South Wales than was the case on bicycles. There were 4,700 pedestrians hospitalised in New South Wales with injuries requiring often prolonged hospitalisations, a number of surgical procedures, and frequently rehabilitation prolonged for years and years after. And that is especially the case when a brain injury is involved. So already we've got a significant and a growing burden of what is the case in the hospitals. The difficulty with coding is a very, very key problem. I know that in Liverpool Hospital, where I work, we've been using artificial intelligence to drill through the plain text fields entered in the emergency department, and have found that a much better way of identifying the probability that somebody has presented to the emergency department injured either as a pedestrian struck by or a rider on or a pillion of an electric mobility device. I can attest to the fact that numbers have been growing exponentially. I also cite the experience out of Queensland. Now, the Trauma Committee at a national level had been benefited by pro bono community members on that committee warning about the probability of a spectre of e-mobility device-related injury as a commercial operator potentially was going to begin to trade in Brisbane. Forewarned of that, a prospective emergency department study was conducted, and that required staff directed to ask the questions and to code for e-scooter related injury. What occurred in a very short space of time of a commercial operator beginning to trade in 2018 in Brisbane was a significant burden of injury presenting to Brisbane hospitals, particularly the Royal Brisbane and to the Alexandra, but the main was the Royal Brisbane Hospital. That data was used then by Brisbane City Council to hold the counterparty to task and curb a range of behaviours that were then apparent. It also was the basis for that commercial operator being required to show cause. We have just seen also evidence presented at an inquiry in Melbourne, and 1 year's worth of data from the Royal Melbourne Hospital, 256 significantly injured from e-scooter related injuries with a burden of cost exceeding $2 million in that year, and that's an unbudgeted increase in the imposts of care for this cohort of injuries. But that data was then used by Melbourne City Council to again hold the counterparty to task and see that commercial e-scooter operator prevented from further commercial operation. And might I say also the corrupt practice of that e-scooter entity has come to public notice, and also seen them excluded from operation in Auckland.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Crozier. We'll go to questions from the opposition. Actually, no, I'll go to... do you want now?
Yeah,
after? Yeah, I'll go to for the crossbench, Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just interested in the data as well, and obviously when we're looking at regulating something such as e-bikes and e-scooters, we need to look at causal factors in terms of what may have caused the injury or what may have caused the injury to be worse. So I'm wondering whether there's any data around the use of helmets on these e-bikes and e-scooters, and also whether any of the people that are injured were under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Just for starters, whether there's any data around that to your knowledge.
There's international and national experience. So Swedish experience with almost 40% of those injured on e-scooter, alcohol is a component, a co-variable. The same is the case with the Brisbane cohort. It's above 40%, and that Melbourne article which I referred to, and I'm happy to forward to the committee, it's 43% that had alcohol, significant alcohol on board as a co-variable. Okay. Internationally, again, it is the experience that disproportionately more of those who finish with serious injuries requiring hospitalisation and surgery, ethanol is a significant contributor.
Okay. And
the helmet wearing, again, there's a significant difference in outcome where the helmet's an approved bicycle helmet. I do, though, commend evidence that I submitted showing CCTV footage. ABC Online released an image of 2 nights of operation of e-scooters in Darwin, where there are 7 impacts at low speed of riders who failed to perceive a curb, and all of those were travelling at less than 10 kilometres per hour. Every one of those riders face planted the concrete. A third did not have the helmet which was attached to the bike being used. The injuries in those low energy impacts at 10 kilometres per hour to the face are horrific. Shattered teeth, fractured mid-faces, permanently disfiguring injuries. And when you see the youth, particularly the girl riders, it's horrible to contemplate. There are plenty of open source pictures from litigation in the United States showing these sort of injuries and how fertile they are as a case for class action litigation. So not to be taken lightly is impact even at low speed, where a helmet is fitted, the test of those imply a vertical force. Most of the face is not protected by even a conventional, approved, well-fitted bicycle helmet. However, there is no doubt the difference in outcome if you are wearing wearing an approved, authorised helmet correctly fitted. There's a significant reduction in brain injury, death, and the probability of significant traumatic brain injury.
In kids, as I presented from our own data, we know that 2/3 are not wearing a helmet. I'm not aware of any published data out there in the pediatric world. But just speaking to our colleagues from the Children's Hospital at Randwick and other hospitals in our network, which are some of the rural trauma centres, we are aware that it's the similar pattern everywhere, that a number of children are not wearing helmets on these e-mobility vehicles.
And if I could just quickly supplement, the reported experience in that Melbourne cohort that I referred to was helmet use by 33%.
And sorry, just Dr. Tracy, picking up on what you said, I think it might have been in your opening statement or to questions from Ms. Fairman, you talked about the insurance burden. Given that there's a high level of people being injured while they're under the influence of alcohol, one would assume that would void any insurance. So in those cases, we're also looking at a significant burden to the state having to pick up those medical costs that aren't covered by insurance.
Yes. And that you've articulated a lot better than I had my clumsy attempt to make that point. Yes. So the commercial operation, the small print, which people will often not read in detail as they click approve to use the device, requires them to both wear that helmet, to abstain from alcohol or other drugs, and to comply with speed and other requirements. Many, by self-report in the Melbourne experience, exceeded the speeds, were not wearing the helmet and had alcohol on board. All of those are in breach of the licensed agreement with the commercial operator, so voided is any indemnity requirement by the commercial operator, and that burden then falls on the state to pick up the cost, or if it's an impact with a motor vehicle or on a road, the commercial third-party insurer, the government insurer.
Do you think there should be mandated crash reporting to better inform the data that we have?
My personal view is yes. It's actually very difficult. We know in this state we have a good publicly available data collection with injury where police and ambulance evidence is collated with the hospitalisation, and it's about a 50% matched experience presented on the Transport for New South Wales Centre for Road Safety, that it does inform where those crashes occur, how severe they are. We don't have that level of fidelity with a lot of the motorcycle injuries. 50% of those aren't matched, and even with serious injury, many currently will move to the hospital or health system and aren't as well documented, or it's not as well matched. It's an even greater burden with the e-scooter type injury, where many of those to the mid-face or dental fractures may not go to a hospital, but will go to a dentist or an orthodontist or a general practitioner, and many of those soft tissue injuries, dental injuries, are being managed out with the hospital system. The aggregate of that burden is huge. And as I say, within the United States, it's really fertile for the litigation lawyers. They're just poised for the class actions against the commercial operators.
Okay.
And
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition now. Mr. Westphang.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Crozier, I'm just interested in relation to some of the evidence you were just giving, where the insurers just deny liability because there's been instances of no helmet wearing, alcohol on board, speeds exceeded. We know that the state government, in this instance, will have to pick up the cost. What do you estimate that cost could be, given that the government announced there would be a, rolling out of this e-mobility framework?
That's not a matter of my personal expertise, but there will certainly be actuaries or health economists who can give a much better impression than I can. I know that the...
Yes, I guess just in rough terms, you said I think there was a doubling earlier. That in other states it was on the data. Do you think that we're likely to see that sort of figure, a doubling or or a multiple of the incidents that we're seeing now if this was to be rolled out?
Well, I think the presumption is on the form of rollout, and I think that's the challenge for this committee, to be very cognizant of and to give the appropriate weight and due regard for the current burden of injury that we have, noting that we haven't been as liberal in the rollout of particularly the commercial operation of e-scooters as has been the case, say, in Queensland or in Melbourne. And it's a good thing that the jurisdiction is able to learn from and benefit from that experience. But potentially it could be a lot greater if the controls are not as good as they might otherwise be. And I would particularly plea for caution with the boundaries around a trial. I would gently suggest that a lower limit on peak speed approved for would be a more cautious and prudent way to roll out a trial than perhaps a 25 or 20 kilometre limit on shared paths, which is in draft road rules released this week on Monday by Transport for New South Wales. I would particularly make a plea for the restriction to come back to 10 kilometres per hour on those shared paths. It is there for shared zones, but particularly for shared paths where pedestrians will be sharing those paths.
So I guess it would be reasonable to assume when we had the operators appear yesterday, they talked about their insurance and that they've had their coverage and that they've been applying different safety aspects to their vehicles, some with cameras, some with helmet detection, etc. Do you think in circumstances where New South Wales was to adopt this as a policy, we should have a compulsory type insurance that the commercial operators need to insure these vehicles so that we've got people that may not be following rules, for example, the helmets not be on or the speeds exceeded, maybe they're going downhill or they do have alcohol on board, that the liability still falls with the commercial operators, not where it falls to the state.
Yeah, again, I'd just suggest, I'm not a subject matter expert there. I'd really, it would be imprudent or wrong for me to speculate too much. What I can say is that the cat is largely out of the bag. I think if we look at the northern areas, Byron Bay and areas around there, the amount of fat tyre bike riding, multiple riders, non-helmeted, similarly with e-scooters, the cat is well out of the bag. And we have the evidence that the burden of injuries already from those rural and regional areas of hazard, of injury, is significant. More significant, in fact, than some of our metropolitan areas. So we're already bearing quite a significant cost, which isn't being well separated from the otherwise very significant burden of injury costs that this state bears. 38% of our road crash occurs in this state.
I've got one more question, and that is, were you or the Royal College of Surgeons consulted by the New South Wales Government prior to their announcement on Monday about the rollout of this e-mobility program?
No, but I don't think we're in isolation. And I make a plea to the Premier, Mr Chris Minns, to be cautious in implementing policy, and a plea on behalf of the College of Surgeons to proceed cautiously before operationalisation of a range of things that are foreshadowed, and as I have made reference to draft road rules that are already in circulation.
So in circumstances where the Minister was making the announcement prior to, and only days prior to the starting of this inquiry, do you think their preemptive action is disappointing, given that we had subject matter experts such as yourself coming to give evidence that could have shaped better the policy before they announced it?
I understand what you're trying to achieve.
Okay,
I won't make a comment.
Sorry, order. Dr. Crozier, point of order has been taken by Mr. Diadam.
Really just, it's not, these witnesses are here to provide evidence of fact, not general opinions about the appropriateness or otherwise of ministerial action.
Well, to that point of order,
to the point of order.
the point of Mr. Diadam is seeking to run cover for the minister. What the minister did was make an announcement prior to knowing this inquiry was happening. Now, I think that these subject matter experts, these are the people on the front line that have to deal with the circumstances when it goes wrong.
Thanks,
I think-
Mr. Fang. I'm ready to rule. Witnesses who come who aren't public servants are able to give opinion if they wish, including on government announcements. Obviously, in terms of the rules of committees, treating witnesses with respect at all times, which is what's been happening, and the witnesses are able to choose to answer the question how they see fit as well. So I'll allow it to continue, and Dr.
I just wondered if I could
thank
make
you.
Could I just make one?
Puttaswamy, thank you. Maybe can we go to Dr. Puttaswamy just in terms of balancing the evidence?
Just as a point of fact, as far as we're aware, the New South Wales branch of the Royal Australian College of Surgeons has not been approached about this matter.
Yep. Okay.
And
Thank
I
you.
could just
All right.
make a quick point of advocacy. There was a front page photograph of the Daily Telegraph this week. I would make a cautious observation that the minister who had released or was purported to have released the announcement was standing in an unsafe way on the scooter, and it heightens the requirement for people to be well informed about how best to position themselves on these scooters. The naive rider is at particular risk, and again I commend a range of YouTube clips where people who are comfortable on a whole range of other devices talk about their wish that they knew rather more at the point in time they're giving their YouTube evidence and advice than had been the case when they started. These are very risky devices. The e-scooters are inherently quite unstable, and the impacts at low speed, 10 kilometres or less, can deliver very devastating injuries. Humans are not good at judging risk, and we are very, very fragile creatures.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Crows. Any questions from the government now?
I wanted to ask about that, because isn't this really a question about risk tolerance? Ultimately, you know, like all sorts of human activities, whether it's swimming in the ocean or, you know, riding a motorbike, like they all attract a certain level of risk.
Over 50 years ago, we used to ride motor vehicles without seatbelts. The Royal Australasian College of Surgeons worked with police surgeons and with politicians to introduce mandatory requirement for fitment of seatbelts to vehicles over 50 years ago. The community protests were huge. The media backlash was huge. Now, without thinking, we get into vehicles which will electronically warn us if we don't have seatbelts fitted. Not just the rider, but every occupant of those motor vehicles. So we are duty bound to establish systems that are safe and protect the risk taker. That's what we are duty bound as a College of Surgeons to advocate for. And I gently observe that politicians also are duty bound to do the right thing in terms of establishing systems of greater safety for a greater number.
So just on this question around risk, I just wanted to delve into the statistics that you started off with, the 53 push bike fatalities. So was it your evidence that it was unclear whether those fatalities included people on e-bikes?
Yes.
And so how does that number compare, say, over a 10-year horizon, like looking back 10 years, that 53 fatalities on push bikes, that's growing, is it?
There are variations. So through COVID there was a reduction because there was reduced exposure, but the trend has been rising. The state has increased its population significantly in that last decade. But that data is freely available on the Centre for Road Safety.
So can you elaborate? Like, is the growth in push bike fatalities, dramatically increasing, or is it, like steadily increasing, consistent with the population?
Steadily increasing with the population. Might I say?
So doesn't that speak to the risk profile of these devices, that potentially, if you're saying that this number includes people on e-bikes, that actually that the risk relative to the risk that's attended to just a non-motorised bike is similar? Can you speak to that question around the heightened risk around these devices relative to the risk of just riding a push bike?
There are a lot of assumptions, I guess, in the question. The current reality is we've got low assistance and high assistance bicycles. So a high assistance device is up to 500 watts in this state, legally permissible for private purchase, and that can travel in excess of 100 kilometres per hour. We have low assistance devices where the person has to be pedalling, and we have conventional bicycles where all of the work is done by the rider. The data code, it doesn't allow observations and ability to extract those. What I can say as a truism is that per kilometre travelled, regardless of whether it's a conventional bike or a low assistance or high assistance bicycle, the risks of killed or serious injury are lower than the same kilometrage for personal mobility devices. So that that evidence is available, and I'm happy to provide that to the committee.
Can I ask about helmet wearing? So similarly, a sort of similar approach in terms of the traumas that are presenting to the Children's Hospital of kids who are injured for a push bike injury versus an e-mobility injury. You know, like in terms of the numbers or the proportionality of presentations where the injured person is not wearing a helmet. Like, is it basically the same? Kind of what I'm getting at is, you know, kids, you know, we've had helmet laws for push bikes. You know, people don't observe those laws, they get injured. You know, is it a case that it's a similar kind of proportion we could expect in terms of people not wearing helmets on e-devices versus people not wearing helmets on push bikes?
We know from our data that the compliance for helmets with bicycles is much better. So it's about 70% compliance with helmets in the case of bicycle. About 25-30% of kids still don't wear helmets on bicycles. Whereas with e-scooters and e-mobility vehicles, it's about 70% not wearing a helmet. It might be that they think it's similar to even though, you know, the push scooters also, a helmet is recommended, but very often we see the number of children who wear helmets on the push scooters is very low compared to bicycles. So there might be a perception that this is different to a bicycle, and compared to a push bike where you're manually pushing, the speed that you can gain with an electric scooter or an e-bike is much higher. And if you look at the fall mechanics, it's going to be different with the bicycle versus the scooters, as Dr. Crozier already has showed us. This is you're more likely to face plank with an e-scooter, whereas an e-bike, with your bicycles, you're likely to fall to the sides. And when you face plank, if you're not using your arms, then more likely you get injuries to your face and your head, particularly if you're wearing a helmet. So the biomechanics, I think, is slightly different in terms of the pattern of injuries you'll see with an e-scooter versus a bicycle.
Is there a design question that can address that level of risk around scooters? Or what can be done to...
There is a huge amount of research, funded research. So there are very sophisticated anthropomorphic test devices with very realistic crash depictions, side impact, front offset, frontal. I commend them. DECRA studies out of Europe. It's really horrific to see the range of injuries that can occur. Very sophisticated finite element computer simulations are there, again, open and referable, and I'm happy to forward that evidence. It's on average, it's a 600 millisecond interval from a rider who impacts a curb to when the face hits the curb. 600 milliseconds is not enough for most people to perceive the threat. There's an instinctive grip of the handlebars as they're canted forward, and the platform on which they're standing actually levers and throws the rider forward. At an impact with a curb of 10 kilometres per hour, the rider will stay with the arms attached to the handlebars, as I say, instinctively. The acceleration of the head is huge, and by the time an impact occurs, it's over 600 Gs of force being impacted on the face. That's 3 times the threshold where traumatic brain injury is probable. So that's an impact at 10 kilometres per hour. At 25 kilometres per hour, the rider is thrown. So we've got a horizontal, a tangential force, as well as the vertical force. The design of a helmet, the approved authorised helmet, they are not designed to take impacts from the front or the side. They are designed to take an impact from the top. So the standardised testing is not really relevant for the kinematics, the physics, if you like, well understood, well replicated in these finite element simulations, well demonstrated repeatedly in independent crash lab assessments. And again, the data that I forward, in my data set, there was imagery of the sorts of tests that I have just described. In terms of mitigation, yes, there are things like inflatable bags on the 4-post of some of these devices. There's design incorporation in some of the European patents of car, so that bags will inflate externally to the car to protect cyclists or others who might impact the vehicle. I neglected to say that with respect to bike fatalities, while we've had a significant number in New South Wales, it's over 4 times that in Amsterdam in the last 12 months. So a community where helmet wearing is not common, the price that community pays is much, much greater proportionally than has been the case in Australia, where for years we've mandated the fitment of helmets to bicyclists, and we are certainly encouraging the continued litigated requirement of that for e-mobility device riders.
Can I ask one last question, which is just about what can be done to improve the overall data collection?
I'd like to take that one,
Thanks,
if I may.
Dr.
So just, from the data perspective, and I also want to come back to the chairs, and also I can't see off the name, but they all kind of thanks for interest in the data perspective. But I just want to re-emphasize that because of the lack of coding scheme that we have in the system, I think we are not able at the moment really kind of come up with a very clear picture of, especially by comparing, those personalized mobility device versus those conventional pedal cyclists or, scooters. So maybe the problem we're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. So as, a member of the data management committee in ITEM, so the ACI Institute manages trauma data. So we recently just come up with a consensus agreement to how to capture data that related to those PMD related injuries. So there is a delay actually for us to really accurately capture the data, to revisit the data in the past few years, to kind of, pull out the data that's relevant and to come up with a more kind of accurate kind of picture or the evidence that we are able to really inform. So I think one of the pathway from my perspective is really better capture of the data that's related to those kind of injuries.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you so much for your evidence, all of you today. I just want to follow up on that issue. So can you just be clear for me, is it a coding issue or is it a data quality issue? So is it that there hasn't been a determination of the right way to code the data, or is it that the data doesn't exist? And I think when you said an agreement has now been reached, is that about what the coding parameters are going to be about?
Thank you for the question. Exactly, it's a coding issue. It's not really the data quality issue.
Okay.
So it's really come to really so more streamlined in a way that, how we capture data from, so as Dr. Kruger mentioned, how we capture data, because I'm the frontline data manager. Mm-hmm. So we have to really go into the free text notes to really kind of, see what were documented in all those medical notes. And, it's sometimes not really well documented. We have to do it personally.
And has it not been done in other jurisdictions? Like, has there not been a similar sort of coding frame?
As far as I know, because we all use ICD coding scheme, that's not really that relevant. I mean, it's not possible for us to use that scheme of coding to actually pass out those PMD related. So yeah, no.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
Can I just
We'd-
clarify one further thing?
Sure,
Dr.
this is the
Crozier?
last we're at
You
time.
mentioned about draft road rules.
Yes.
Where have they been published?
I'm happy to forward them on Transport for New South Wales website, but they were promulgated this Monday.
That's the e-scooter.
This is
Draft,
the
no,
e-scooter.
draft road rules for,
Okay, all right, if you could get us that on notice so
Yes.
we can stick to time, that would be useful. We've also got government members who are coming tomorrow, so we can also ask them. Thank you very much for giving evidence. We are at time, I'm afraid, and for your submissions and for the good work you all do. If the committee will be in touch if you've agreed to take anything on notice or if members have any supplementary questions for you. So thank you so much, and we'll call our next witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
To go, we will welcome to our next witnesses and we'll begin by getting you sworn in. If we could start with my left with you, Mr. Garrett Jones, if you could state your name, position, title, and then either an oath or affirmation, please.
My name is Sam Garrett Jones. I am a member of Illawarra Ramblers, have been for over 20 years. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Groom.
Good morning. My name's John Groom. I'm currently president of the Illawarra Ramblers, and I make the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And then Dr. Watson.
Hi, I'm Tom Watson. I'm a member of the Inner West Bicycle Working Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now, provision for a short opening statement. Who's making Mr. Garrett Jones or Mr. Groom?
John Groom will
Great.
lead off and then I'll
Yes,
say a few words if that's
Okay,
okay.
excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for inviting us. The Illawarra Ramblers walk, paddle and cycle, doing those three things locally within Sydney and regional New South Wales and in the state. Part of the 1.9 billion per annum cycle tourism being talked about here tomorrow. We are often retired. As a club, we ride for leisure and individually for any reason to get on a bike. As early bike adopters, we focus on being legal, insured with Bicycle New South Wales, and safe. We are across the infrastructure where we ride and we plan really well. From our activities, members benefit from better health and longevity. Our community benefits from our participation, spending and volunteering, as do our regions when we travel, and federally we pay a lot of GST. Like many submissions, ours recommends more infrastructure. In a time of budget repair, the forever we'll have to wait for the infrastructure we need demands cleverer use of what exists now. We seek to have e-bikes share footpaths with e-scooters, it seems. Before Sam speaks on that, the state should provide guidelines for mobility use on footpaths with pedestrian safety primary at all times. Councils should determine which footpaths in its area fit the criteria, e.g. little pedestrian use, paths not too skinny, safe from vehicle incursions, connects shared paths with each other, and are much safer than the adjacent road. Painted stencils could then identify every footpath so permitted. Not one submission I have read mentions funding for infrastructure. Start with this. Say from January 1, the New South Wales Seniors Concession Transport Fare goes up from $2.50 to $3.50. Every $1 of that increase, new revenue, must go to footpaths, shared paths, rail trails, and unlike other submissions, not to fund buyer incentives. Incentives too often end up in the wrong pockets. All extra funds going to new infrastructure is a great reason to justify the increase. Compensate a bit to the $3.50 Opal network at a few places. Bathurst, maybe. Thanks.
Thank you.
Go build our future. Over to Sam.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you again for the opportunity to address the committee. We are very pleased that the views of organised elder recreational e-bike riders are not being overlooked in this inquiry. John spoke of the benefits of riding e-bikes. I will flag the problems that we see and the actions that we'd like to see come out of the inquiry, and of course all of those are detailed in our submission. The safety of our members and the community is our primary concern. Our ride leaders are trained and carry insurance. And yet we see almost daily the danger posed by overpowered and unregulated e-bikes and e-scooters. Many are ridden recklessly by riders who could easily be our grandchildren, so we feel for them. They risk serious injury or worse to themselves and other path users. These dangerous e-vehicles should be dealt with by a range of licensing, regulation, education and enforcement measures. But we must distinguish between legal e-bikes and illegal mopeds, as several of the submissions to this inquiry, I think, wrongly tar them with the same brush. Legal pedelecs behave like bikes and should not be further regulated. Licensing them would be a huge barrier to entry. An increase in their limited speed to 30 or 32 kilometres an hour would make them safer to ride on busy roads. Other measures that we recommend in our submission are more bike-only paths. The shared paths that we use are very overstretched, particularly along our coastline, our beautiful coastline, at holiday times. We'd like also to see better tourism promotion of cycling and active transport destinations, such as rail trails. We see a huge economic opportunity here. We'd like to see better marking and signage on shared paths and cycleways and intersections, and intersections with roads and footpaths. We'd like to see better integration of e-bikes with public transport, both buses and trains. And we also, maybe a little controversially, suggest a relaxation of the general ban on cycling on footpaths. Junior riders are exempt. Why not seniors? We're not going to mow down old ladies. Half of our e-cyclists are old ladies. Lastly, we'd like to see uniformity in the regulation of e-bikes nationally. We don't want to fall foul of the law every time we cross the border into Victoria or the ACT or Queensland. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Dr. Watson.
Thanks for the invitation. I'm here representing the Inner West Bicycle Working Group. We're a local democracy group that assists Council in developing cycling strategy, policy and designs for the Inner West. We're made up of local residents who have a keen interest in improving the Inner West cycling environment so that everyone can be more empowered to get around cycling, regardless of age or ability. Our view is that transport policies that reduce the mode share of cars by encouraging mode shift to public or active transport should be the highest priority. Naturally, we believe that bikes, electrified or otherwise, have an incredibly important role to play in this mode shift. The most effective way of achieving this mode shift is to build extensive, well-connected network of high-quality cycling infrastructure. What does high-quality cycling infrastructure look like? To paraphrase Transport's wonderful cycling design toolbox, that's dedicated cycle paths that are separated from motor vehicles and pedestrians, or mixed traffic where car speeds are lower than 30 km an hour. A transport system with higher cycling mode share enabled by this high-quality network is cheaper, safer, healthier and more egalitarian than our current car-dependent transport system. Of course, there are other initiatives that government should pursue to improve active transport and micromobility, but they pale in comparison to the effectiveness of building high-quality, well-extensive network of cycleways. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to firstly just ask about education. First of all, we're hearing from witnesses yesterday about the uptake in e-bikes. I think particularly amongst younger people here. Maybe it's just anecdotal from my riding around. I think older people tend to understand the rules a little bit more around ringing bells on paths and slowing down and letting people know that you're coming behind them and passing them on the right on a shared path and what have you. But we heard evidence of, and we know we've seen it, of I think delivery drivers as well as younger people, but people just zooming past very dangerously. What education, I can't recall seeing at this point in time any education from the government, education materials around what constitutes safe riding. Is there any, and what do you recommend in this regard? I'm sure greater investment in education is one thing. I'll go to Inner West firstly, if you've got views on that.
I think the most effective form of education is cycleways and infrastructure that can be read instantly. You've got 5-10 seconds, even less than that. You've got half a second to make a decision about how you're going to ride. It needs to be clear. It needs to be clear where you should be and how fast you should be going. And that goes for all modes of transport. We're often worried about bikes on pedestrian infrastructure, but the question there is, why aren't they on the road? And it's quite apparent that the road is pretty unsafe, and that's why they're choosing the safer option.
Thank you. Do either of you have comments on that?
I want to say anything about that? No, I would agree. I think that's something lacking. I mean, if you look at the Transport for New South Wales website, there is information on what's required on a bike, like a bell, like lights at night, but not much instruction on when to use these things. I myself was brought up in the UK and remember at about the age of 10 or 11 doing what was called a cycling proficiency test, which was basically that, to tell you about the road rules and how to behave, as well as how to control your own bike. And I guess many of our members have been riding regular bikes for quite a long time, so are fairly used to that. I mean, what we do is to make sure that all the bikes are legal with bells and what have you before the start of an activity. Other than that, and point out the risks and the more dangerous areas that we might be going through. But other than that, no, I couldn't point to any real source of education for.
Yes, I was thinking about.
Rider.
Yeah, I was thinking about this this morning actually, coming on I rode in this morning and looking for signs, for example, like simple signs, as you say, Dr. Watson, in terms of ringing people, ring your bell when you pass, other cyclists and people. Like, there just really isn't what you would expect to see in terms of education and information for cyclists about how to cycle safely, but also pedestrians, because pedestrians also need to know that when they hear a bell behind them, that is somebody coming to their right and they step to the left a bit.
Yes.
So that there's not that much around that I can see of that. Do you know any good examples?
There are some signs on paths basically saying, keep left, ring your bell, that sort of thing. I guess I would like to see, I don't know what schools are doing. Those tend to be the new riders. I would have thought that was something they could do, but I've got no evidence that that's actually happening.
Yeah.
On a positive example, the new Roselle Parklands at the Roselle Interchange have clearly marked on the footpath which is an area for pedestrians, which is an area for cyclists.
Yeah.
And it's without a question as to where people should be.
Okay. Another recommendation that was coming up yesterday, and I know this is controversial in the cycling community, is forms of kind of registration now of bikes, recognising that there are different types of bikes. Now we've got more powerful e-bikes. There's two levels. One organisation was arguing yesterday that Switzerland, there's a fast pedal bike, and in terms of e-bikes and a more slow pedal e-bike, plus there's e-scooters and other micro-mobility options. A number of witnesses were suggesting that they needed to be registered, people needed possibly to get a licence. Just on a broad level, I'd be interested in both of your organisations' views on that, whether that has worked in other jurisdictions and possibly the pros and cons of a bicycle registration system. I'll go to Illawarra Ramblers, Mr. Garrett-Jones.
Well, I mean, the question is, and we're really only talking about what are currently the legal pedelecs, so speed limited to 25 kilometres an hour, and I think all our bikes would have a motor power of no more than 250 watts. So should they be regulated or registered or licensed? Our answer is very clearly no. Their handling and performance is very similar to a push bike, and even were the maximum speed to be increased to, say, 32 kilometres an hour, as I believe it's the case in New Zealand and many US states, it wouldn't make them. That wouldn't affect our reply there. Legal e-bikes do not travel faster than regular push bikes. In fact, quite the opposite. Almost all jurisdictions, Singapore maybe, I believe, is an exception, treat these bikes the same as push bikes and do not require them to be registered or licensed, or have features like illuminated turn signals that you might you might want on a more powerful vehicle. But yeah, as I say, we have to distinguish between legal pedelecs and the high-powered throttle-driven e-bikes, and my comments only apply to the former.
Can I get a reason, as in what are the reasons for, because the cycling community has put this out before, about why registration on bicycles would not work? That would be very helpful for the committee, because yesterday we got the witnesses saying bicycles should be registered, so now's the opportunity to put on the record some good reasons why not. Dr. Watson, do you have any thoughts on this?
I think primarily any barriers that we put in place to prevent people from cycling or detract from cycling take-up will have worse safety outcomes, as that impresses car dependency even further. Cars are already registered and licensed and still kill 300 people a year. So anything that stops us from getting out of our cars will have a worse safety outcome.
I would agree. It's a big barrier to entry, and if that was the proposal, then you would ask the question, well, why doesn't it apply to regular push bikes too? And there you've got a sort of huge cohort of those bicycles and a major administration issue. But I would say, I mean, it can be quite difficult to determine whether an e-bike is legal. We recognise that, and maybe things like compliance stickers could be affixed by the manufacturer or a retailer to make that clear. What I should say is that we're not against some form of regulation and licensing to those e-bikes which are currently not legal.
We'll go to Mr. Benaziat now for questions.
Thanks, Chair. My first line of question is to my fellow Illawarrians. How do you think the e-scooter trial down in Wollongong has been conducted, and do you think it's had any negative or positive impact in terms of people's perceptions of e-bikes and e-scooters?
I've used it. Probably the main problem is that they're too slow. I don't want them to go faster, but at 10 kilometres an hour and 6 in some parts of central Wollongong. The last time I rode one, I was only going a fairly short distance. It cost me $16, and that was the alternative to walking. The scooters are left pretty much all over the place, but if you go out early morning, they tend to have been picked up overnight. They don't seem to be being very well used, but the number of them lying there just keeps growing, and they're spreading into more areas.
So would you support some sort of cap or some sort of level on this was sort of raised yesterday about like a maximum level of e-bikes or e-scooters within an LGA just so we're not saturating an area with...
Probably I would, and I would definitely suggest docking.
Yeah.
And the docking would possibly be at half-kilometre intervals.
Okay. I guess my other question is to you, Dr. Watson. You talked about repurposing streets. I know there are a lot of, I guess, smaller back streets around the inner west, and a lot of them have trucks because there's warehouses, etc. around. How do you propose to navigate that issue in terms of the goal of repurposing streets, but still allowing, obviously, commercial activity to occur with, trucks and warehouses?
Yeah, I think in short, there's plenty of room for everyone. Transport for New South Wales already have some great policies, the movement and place framework, and the road user allocation policies. Those conflicts can be quite easily managed if speeds are low enough, 30 k's an hour, and that's like actual speeds, not just posted speed limits. The design of the street should meet that speed. It's perfectly safe for bikes and cars to mix. Anywhere where speeds and traffic volumes are higher, then separation is pretty important. So it's physical separation, like a curb barrier, a dedicated cycleway.
Just a question to both of you now, though, is we heard yesterday about the concerns around pedestrians and cyclists. If you had to choose between a shared pathway, where obviously there is still potential for conflict, or a separation of pedestrians versus a mobility, what would be the preferred option?
Is that question about infrastructure provision or
infrastructure,
my personal choices?
I guess infrastructure provision. If we were to go down a path of providing infrastructure, would you want a shared pathway model, or would you prefer a separation between walking pedestrians and e-mobility devices?
Shared pathways are fine in circumstances where speeds are low or pedestrian volumes are low. Everywhere else, I think cyclists would prefer the convenience of moving at pace. That's why we've chosen our bikes, and separation is needed there.
Mr. Groom or Mr. Garrett-Jones?
We believe that they should be separated where possible, particularly with the likely increase forthcoming of vehicles on the shared path. There is an instance in Wollongong where the paths are now being created up to 4 metres wide with clearly marked pedestrian separation. It's going to take a long time and a lot of money to do all this.
No, we're certainly of the view that wherever feasible, cyclists and pedestrians should have dedicated paths or tracks. It's safer for both cyclists and walkers, and remember we are a walking and a cycling and a kayaking club, so we've got lots of walkers there. So we've heard from some of our members feeling unsafe on some of the paths. But we also recognise that local councils are pretty short of funds for these sorts of things. Looking at a couple of the submissions, Shoalhaven City Council, for example, reports a backlog of over 235 million on paths and crossings. So it's not an easy solution, but we would like to see more dedicated cycleways. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quite a few witnesses said the same thing yesterday, by the way. We'll go to questions from the opposition. Go to you, Mr. Fang, again.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today. I'm interested to hear from the Ramblers. You noted that you have a lot of old ladies potentially looking at some of this technology, and that you're not going to bowl them over because obviously they're part of your membership. But in relation to the members themselves, have they indicated to you why there is that risk of injury? Is it the fact that these e-bikes and e-scooters are perhaps silent and quiet and they're not heard as they come up behind you, or is it the speed? I'm just curious because obviously with electric cars, some of them are starting to now put a audible tone around them. Is it that some of your older members are not able to hear the scooter itself, so maybe an audible tone as it's travelling would be of assistance.
That probably would be of assistance because of the speed that the bikes that are currently out there might come up behind us. We ride with a speedo in front of us, and we get overtaken by people going almost twice the speed, and we don't see them there even with a mirror very often. So we're very conscious of that. Our female members are concerned sometimes, and that's why they like riding with a group, and that's where our strength is, in that we cater for people who just want to enjoy getting out and using their energy.
Yeah, I mean, I think John's comments more applies to the shared paths where the bikes are allowed to go. I think my comments about the old ladies was more about allowing us onto footpaths where bikes are generally not currently allowed to go. And in our submission, we have proposed a 10 kilometre an hour limit if bikes were allowed on footpaths, which I believe is the same as motorised disability scooters. Not the two-wheel scooters, the four-wheel or three-wheel ones. But in practice, I think we would be going a lot slower than that. In relation to whether people can hear bikes coming, my observation at slow speed and close quarters like that is that the e-bikes are actually a bit noisier than a push bike, so the motor whirs and that sort of thing. And you're more likely to hear an e-bike coming than a push bike.
Okay.
But no, we would be very cautious on footpaths, of course.
My colleague has a question.
Yeah,
so
thanks. We'll go to Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your submissions and coming along today. I was interested in also just asking the Ramblers about your submission and the road rules. You talked about you do some regular cycling trips away from the Illawarra. I don't know why you'd ever leave the Illawarra, but going to Canberra and Victoria and Queensland, and then you've gone on to make a submission about the different road rules. Can you just talk to your experience in those other states? And I think you're advocating, if I read correctly, for a relaxation of the rules governing riding on footpaths. Can you just talk to that part of your submission, why you think that should change in New South Wales?
With respect to Victoria, where we're more likely to go, their footpath rules are the same as ours, essentially. In Queensland, where we've been this year and last, we're still not affected a great deal because our trips away are essentially on made infrastructure, on rail trails. That's where primarily the way we travel. The difference could be in some places where you might have to ride in a public space between trails or between parts of trails, and it generally hasn't been a real worry for us because sometimes we cheat a little bit and ride on the footpath for a short distance, but that's the way it is.
You can take the fifth you like. So you've gone on to say that as a first step you recommend that senior riders, say over 64 years of bikes, cycle bikes and legal e-bikes should be permitted to ride on those footpaths, subject to a speed limit. How do you see that, just from a practical perspective, being enforced? Is that something that council rangers would look at, or a sort of police thing, or similarly? I mean, we know children can ride under the age of 16. How do you see that working in practical effect?
The way how we see it working is that because responsibility would be passed back to the council for deciding which footpaths should be used for pedestrian and cycling purposes. I guess that it would be up to the councils to provide some degree of enforcement, but at the same time, for flagrant misuse, there would have to be a police responsibility, which so obviously now isn't there, but that seems to be more of a directive rather than accident.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Sorry, if I can just elaborate. What do you mean by directive?
Well, I mean, I think the point to make is that, you know, cyclists ride on footpaths only when they feel unsafe riding on roads. So, I mean, the obvious solution to that is what we were talking about before, dedicated cycleways or measures that make cyclists feel safe on roads. Another point I'd make is, look, in many places it's rather unclear where a shared path or a cycleway has ended and a pedestrian footpath has commenced. So one thing that we would like to see is much greater use of signs, clear signs required, showing whether bikes are permitted or not.
That particularly occurs where within a council area there will be all different widths of footpath. And so you don't know when you're going from say a 2 metre wide footpath to a 1.5, whether that is still
a
acceptable.
cycleway or a shared path or a footpath.
Can I just check, Dr. Watson, the Inner West is very different to the Illawarra in that, whether you've also got comments on that?
I was just going to say that's exactly what I was mentioning earlier about the design of the footpaths. Like a bit of blue paint isn't necessarily clear. Width of a path is really clear as to whether it's acceptable to ride on, but there is a real hodgepodge of different infrastructure built, and so when you're riding along and you've got that half a second, 1 second to make a decision as to whether I go down this curb or stay on what I think is a shared path, it's got to be abundantly clear.
Thank you. Go to questions from government members.
Yeah, I want to ask Dr. Watson about this idea about making traffic lanes narrower. Can you just talk us through that proposal?
That's very context relevant. Obviously on motorways you need good wide lanes, but in residential streets, if you have a 12 metre wide road with no lane markings and no parking, cars will travel along that at 60, 70 k's an hour just happily, because there's no indication that they shouldn't, except for maybe a speed sign that they're probably not paying attention to. If the road was narrowed through planter boxes, even paint, it becomes more apparent that this is an environment that requires care, and they will slow down.
Right, I see. So you're talking about basically from the curb, not actually narrowing the lanes in general.
Yeah, the driving area, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So this would be most relevant for one lane each way streets or one-way streets with one lane. Multi-lane roads, less relevant.
Right, okay.
Could I ask a question about the bikes themselves? So there's this issue that we've been discussing about different sort of classes of e-bikes, and Mr. Garrett-Jones, you spoke about the e-bikes you use handling much the same as a traditional bike. We've had some evidence about the weight of bikes, and I haven't ridden any of the e-bikes, so I don't. Are they heavier? Are they, in that sense, could they cause more damage because they're heavier or more cumbersome? And is that again a function of how big the engines are? Does that affect how? I mean, excuse my ignorance on the mechanical engineering on that, but if you could answer that.
Yeah, I think that definitely is the case. I mean, I have a regular push bike, not a lightweight road racer. That weighs in at around 17 kilos. My e-bike is probably, and I haven't weighed it, maybe 20, 23, 25, something like that. You've got the batteries, which are quite heavy, and the motor itself is quite heavy, and they tend to put them on rather chunkier frames as well. So yes, I think unless you pay a fortune and get the carbon fibre everything, they're going to be substantially heavier than a regular push bike. I have never ridden a fat bike. I can't comment on their handling or their weight. They look pretty chunky. I would have thought they're that much heavier again. So I imagine there would be a greater kinetic effect because of the weight. And indeed, when I've had a slight fall off the e-bike, yeah, it's a bit heavier on your legs or your body if it's.
I'll just add that, so I ride a cargo bike with my toddler. It weighs about 30 kilos, but in my adult years I've gained 20 kilos. Often I get groceries. I can comfortably carry 20 kilos in panniers on a regular push bike or 40 kilos of groceries in my cargo bike. So the variability between what my bike weighs from ride to ride, I think, is larger than the variability in models available at the bike shop.
And you're riding an e-bike, how fast does your e-bike go?
It's speed limited at 25 k's an hour.
Okay. All right.
No, I think that point is very true. I remember watching an interview with a road racing cyclist once, and he said, "Don't bother to buy the ultralight bikes. Just lose 5 kilos off your body." So you've got to take into account the weight of the rider as well.
And I'd rather be hit by an Illawarra Rambler than a Tour de France cyclist on a 6 kilo carbon frame.
And of course, we've also got to compare, the impact of motor vehicles, cars, and
Can I also just confirm? I just want to make sure that I did get your answer correctly. When you were talking about registrations or not, which is there was a question from the chair, you were talking about the current situation with the lower power bikes that are speed limited. You weren't extending that across higher powered.
Oh, absolutely not. No,
Right.
no. We think the ones which are currently legal and treated as basically as push bikes under law, that should remain. For higher powered throttle bikes, no, they're clearly a danger the way they are. They're not speed limited, and they can go much, much faster. No, they should either be removed from the public arena or regulated in some way so that at least the riders can ride them safely and in the right places, and that's not on shared paths. Could possibly be on some bike paths, but essentially on roads.
And Dr. Watson, your view on that?
Yeah, I would agree. The current restrictions on e-bikes are fine. 250 watts is 2.5 times what an average cyclist can maintain without assistance. The faster, heavier, more motorbike-like bikes are probably better classed as motorbikes. And
yeah.
I might just jump in with a question about the carriage of e-bikes, the Illawarra Ramblers. You put this in your submission, and this is probably particularly actually relevant for both organisations, but you've said that trains and buses need to be modified to accommodate easier carriage of e-bikes. Now, we know it's hard enough sometimes for the trains to carry ordinary bikes. Actually, we're still dealing with that issue. But if you could expand on that more, the need for public transport services in New South Wales to accommodate different e-mobility options. I'll start with the Illawarra Ramblers and maybe Inner West.
We travel on public transport often. We even we go to Manly and ride around Narrabeen Lake, all by public transport. And we can't wait for public transport to catch up with the cyclists and more space on suburban trains, intercity trains, country trains in particular. What a disgrace. And we use them all already. Buses do a Canberra, put hooks on the front of the buses. Some of the solutions are fairly easy and not so expensive. And as I say, we use it, and other groups use trains as well. And there can be a problem in that there gets to be a few of us, but particularly if there are prams, but we all work it out.
We try and avoid peak times and school holiday periods.
Yeah, which is different, obviously, to commuters and
yes.
the
that's why,
target of trying to get more people to
as recreational
commute.
cyclists, we have that option.
Dr. Watson, do you have any comments on that one?
The way the Metro have brought in the bike lockers at stations, I think it's a fantastic way of getting people to mix cycling and public transport.
Yeah. Okay.
And more secure bike parking in general will help that.
Yeah. Excellent. Any more questions? No, great. Well, thank you so much for coming in today. Really appreciate your evidence and submissions, I should say. The committee will be in touch if members have any further questions for you, if you've taken anything on notice. So thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
The committee will break for morning tea now. We'll be back at 11. Okay, welcome, Mr. Scrooby. We will commence this session by firstly getting you sworn in. So if you could please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Could I ask, I'm sorry, I forgot my glasses in the car. Can I use these?
You can use these if you need to. Well,
apologies.
Yeah. You look very cool.
A bit bug-eyed, but there you are. My name is Harold Charles Scrooby. I'm the CEO of the Pedestrian Council of Australia. And do you want me to read the affirmation?
Yes, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Scrooby, do you have an opening statement for the committee?
Well, I was told I might have about 3 minutes to say why I'm concerned.
That's right.
Madam, do I call you Madam Chair or Ms. Chair? Or?
Madam Chair,
Madam
is fine, thanks.
We, the Pedestrian Council, has been promoting walking for over 30 years. It's the primary transport mode and it's how we can all get fit. We were very concerned about with what's happened in the last 4 or 5 years with all these electric devices. In 1999, Minister Constance formed what was known as the E-Scooter Advisory Committee, and you'll have a copy of the recommendations. We worked for a year, with all the key stakeholders. We met every month. We had lots of disagreements. But the nice thing was we came together at the end and our recommendations were unanimous. I repeat, unanimous. You couldn't have got a better committee. They included Transport for New South Wales, New South Wales Police, New South Wales Ambulance, CIRA, Guide Dogs, NRMA, Youth Safe, Bicycle New South Wales, Office of Local Government, Council on the Ageing, 7 local councils, all the e-scooter providers were all there and all took part in these deliberations. The recommendations, in my view, are exceptional. They would be the best in Australia if they were to be implemented. I haven't come here to say no ever to e-scooters or other e-ridables, but I asked the committee to try and look into a crystal ball and imagine, and you can see I've left you a copy here of this ad that's on the internet. You can now buy an e-scooter in New South Wales that'll do 120 kilometres an hour. I would like to say there is in this document the scope to provide an excellent e-scooter operation in New South Wales, better than all the other states and territories. Where we differ mainly from Minister Halen are 4 or 5 major points. They're all here. 1, minimum age of 17, and don't forget 3 other states are 18. 2, a driver's licence. 3, some form of number plate. Now don't say that can't be done because they're already in places like Europe. They have number plates, they can be identified. 4, a maximum speed limit of 10 on shared paths. And I'd like the committee to really cross-examine me on this because this is the most critical part. And I will, when we get into further discussions, if you want to ask the question, refer to a letter from the former CEO of the RTA in 2002, giving the science behind why the speed limit on a shared path should be 10. There are a number of other issues. I mean, we'll get into them in a minute. But what I'd really like the committee to do after this tomorrow, when you have the people from Transport for New South Wales giving evidence under oath, I would like you to ask them these questions to go through to the Minister, because these are the critical issues that are not already in our submission. I think I'm probably up to my 3 minutes, but there are many, many other issues. May I see this? This is a very, very complex issue. If you look at a work site 10 years ago, every tradie had a power cord attached to their tools. Today, it's all batteries. Today, we're getting electric cars. The technology is exponential. We have to try and imagine if we open the floodgates now to hoverboards, e-monocycles, e-skateboards. We had a trial here for 2 years based on share hire. They are chalk and cheese to private e-mobility. Chalk and cheese. They have insurance. They know who's riding the things. They can govern the speeds. They can geofence areas. All of that falls out the door when you have private e-ridables. So please, I'm here to promote walking and active transport. Unfortunately, and I'll refer to this later, I'm on the Road Safety Advisory Committee. We got a briefing on the 11th September called the Road Safety Advisory Council Briefing Paper. There it is. It's a copy for you if you need it. 5, 6 people have all got active transport after their names. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Unforgivable. They've all got active transport after their names. They are promoting e-scooters as active transport. You'll see in our submission, 5 of the world's leaders in this area have said calling this active transport is, well, I won't call it a lie, but it's deceptive. You get more exercise loading your dishwasher than hopping on an e-scooter. And to pretend this is going to help the health of our nation is not true. And I'll also get to, if you want to ask me questions on this, how the people like Vision Australia feel. 90% of whom are now saying they don't feel safe on footpaths because of e-ridables.
Thank you, Mr Scribby.
So,
we might get to questions now.
Good, thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll go straight to questions by Mr Mark Benazia.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr Sruby, for coming in. Just to go to the concerns you raise about the trials and the lack of enforcement, you talked about only 2 penalty notices being issued during this 2-year period. Do you think this lack of enforcement undermines the public confidence in being able to have effective e-ridable regulation and being able to effectively enforce it if we can't even enforce a trial?
So there's an ancient axiom which goes, non-enforcement of the law will encourage its disobedience. Where I live on the northern beaches, if you come round at 3 o'clock, you will see a beehive of children coming out on these fat boy bikes. 10% will be wearing helmets. They will be, half of them will have fixed up the bikes so that they're no longer regulated to 25 k's. They're not pedalling. They're racing through shopping centres. And the police, I know the police well. I've been on committees with them for years, and I have high respect for the police force. They do not have the resources to enforce these new e-scooters, let alone e-bikes. Why are we suddenly forcing this upon them where they're not going to look good? Because I promise you, there have been 7 deaths alone this year in Queensland, and a lot of that will come back on the police because it'll look like they're not enforcing the law. We're creating a generation of kids on the northern beaches who believe they can break every law under the sun. You know, they think they can ride on a pedestrian crossing. They think they don't have to wear helmets. They think they can triple on a bike. You know, I've got a motorbike licence. I had to ride for a year before I could double. These kids just hop on. They are effectively uninsured, unregistered motorbikes.
No, I recall probably 7 or 8 years ago we had the fascination with the mini bikes, and obviously they're more expensive than these e-bikes are. So obviously, is it your thoughts that these e-bikes are obviously making it more accessible than they were with mini bikes, but obviously exacerbating the problem of enforcement with police? Because I recall police just having to call off chases with kids riding mini bikes as soon as they, reached a certain speed or they were ducking through parks or whatever. The cops just said, "Nah, can't do anything about it." So are we going to create that problem, but at a larger scale, because these e-ridables are cheaper to purchase?
Well, there's a bigger problem. Police are not allowed to book children under 16. They're prohibited. They can't even issue them a formal caution. And that's because they've got no means for paying the penalty. We have no system where we can fine the parents. If they run into someone and cause grievous bodily harm, maybe, you know, a long-term care, maybe brain injury, quadriplegia. Who's going to pay? We know what's really going on. The police cannot enforce under 16. Who do you think the major riders of these will be? You've got Ms Halen saying, oh, well, they'll be able to go and enforce it. She uses that lovely word compliance. You never hear the word enforce. Never. It doesn't cross her lips. It's compliance. So the police are expected to go out and do, with no resources. They haven't been properly consulted on this, but have a look at the committee we were on. They were on that committee. They endorsed all these rules and regulations. Where are they now? Why has this been so silent? Why has the advice from Transport for New South Wales Centre for Road Safety been kept out of this report? Why doesn't the word pedestrian appear in this report? I'm telling you, it's something from Hans Christian Andersen. You know, the emperor has no clothes, or the empress, when no one's allowed to question it. It's groupthink on steroids.
So, to go to that point, you obviously spent a lot of time on this group, the consultative group that looked into this. You came up with some mutually agreeable recommendations in the face of differing views. That's been ignored. You've then been given this document in September, a briefing paper, that basically disregards all that good work as well. Do you think these sorts of actions actually discourage groups like yourself actually actively consulting and trying to actively help the government to navigate problems like this when your recommendations are essentially just thrown back in your face?
Well, I think more so that the House of Review, the upper house, has been held in contempt. You're holding an inquiry. You're the House of Review. And the day before it starts, the minister comes out with both guns blazing on the front page of the Telegraph, telling us that we're going to have them. I mean, to me, that is not the way Parliament should work. You are the House of Review. Why would it hurt to wait several weeks? We're not going to do it at Christmas. Why would it hurt to wait to see what you say? Do you know, since this review that we did, and it came out in 2020, I've not heard one person from this group talk to us. And yet we're the most vulnerable road user. You know, the highest cause of death after 50 is a fall. And we're saying open slather. We're saying let's use a 2-year share hire trial to be the basis for releasing every known e-ridable under the sun onto our footpaths. She'll say, oh no, but they're not allowed on the footpath. Oh really? Tell a 14-year-old that whose dad's just bought him one of these. Please, this is just la-la land stuff. You have the ability as a House of Review to go back to the minister and say, have another go, because this is not good enough. We have the opportunity to follow the advice of the e-scooter advisory committee and have a year's trial of e-scooters. We could do that. Not all the other stupid e-ridables. Do you really want an e-skateboard up your rear end when you're trying to go for a walk with your partner? They don't have a horn or a bell, and yet that's required on an e-scooter. They're just flouting their own rules. I'm sorry, I'm going on for too long, but I'm a bit emotional about this, and this is a day we have a chance to let a bit out.
Okay, I'm just conscious of other members' time. Mr. Fang has questions online, so we'll go to you, Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Mr. Scrooby, I'm down with you, sunglasses. I just wanted to ask you, in relation to the consultation process, obviously the minister has announced a policy before the inquiry is actually started. How do you feel that I guess, cuts across the consultation process? How do you feel that the minister has acted in relation to seeking to...
A point of order has been taken. It was just a very long question, Anthony, so I was hoping he'd get to finish it first.
My point of order is this, that the witness is entitled to be treated with respect. And I fear that Mr. Fang is mocking the witness, and that's not appropriate.
I didn't feel mocked.
I don't. The witness has said he's not feeling mocked. I think.
Can I answer the question, Madam Chair?
Mr. Fang, excuse me, I'll just rule on that. And I think Mr. Fang was just trying to be funny. Yeah. So no offence taken. So continue. I mean, it is distracting, frankly. Where's for you to have those glasses on? Point made. Mr. Scrooby.
Sorry.
No. I
not
was
you.
speaking to. No. I was speaking to Where's, not you. Let's continue. Time's limited. Mr. Scrooby, did you get the question?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And if I may answer.
Yes.
I think it's a disregard for parliamentary process. It's undermining the inquiry's purpose. It's a lack of consideration for the other stakeholders. It's a potential breach of ministerial responsibility. It's an erosion of the checks and balances. And it may even have, well, I shouldn't say this, but it might even have constitutional issues. You are a sovereign independent body, and you should be unfettered in your consideration of what's before you, that the evidence you receive you should take into consideration without the minister going on the front page of the Telegraph telling you the decisions have been made. It's unacceptable, it's undemocratic, and I was shocked when I saw it.
Thank you, Mr. Scrooby, and I certainly wasn't mocking you. I was. It was a sympathy matter. I think Bob Dylan and you, it suits very well. Just in relation to the minister, I guess making the announcement without this inquiry having been concluded, or even started, as it turned out. I imagine that you're the peak pedestrian body in Australia. Was there consultation with you prior to the announcement?
No.
So not only did the minister disrespect the upper house by making an announcement before, the day before this inquiry started, the minister didn't seek to consult with the peak pedestrian body in Australia in relation to the announcement. She just made the announcement without any regard to pedestrian safety. Is that?
I agree, and I don't think she's listened to her own department, the Centre for Road Safety, who I believe have already said you cannot go to 20 kilometres an hour. All the evidence is there. Mr. Fang, could I present you while you're on that issue? Everyone, there's a letter, believe it, there was an old saying from an old politician once. He said, if you want to succeed in politics, keep a good sense of humour and a good filing cabinet. And here's something out of my filing cabinet from 2003 from the head of the RTA. He goes on to talk about shared zones, and he argues against increasing the speed from 10 to 20 because effectively he says it increases the risk of injury to pedestrians by 5 times. It's not doubling it. It's not going 10 to 20 doubling. It increases the risk 5 times. Now, in Victoria, it's 10 kilometres an hour. In Queensland, when it was 25, they had so many deaths and injuries, they had to reduce it to 12. But guess what? That doesn't appear in the report. Nothing about that. It's all been sanitised, homogenised, double pre-shrunk and put out to la-la land. And we're expected to cop this. This is one of the biggest decisions you are going to have to make, opening up our footpaths. Sorry.
This would be in relation to, we've spoken about Minister Halen obviously making the announcement beforehand, but behind the minister, there's also the Premier, and I would imagine also the Roads Minister. Have any of those people reached out to the Pedestrian Council to seek feedback or liaise in relation to this decision?
No.
So you've not heard from the Minister for Roads, the Minister for Transport, the Premier, in relation to probably the biggest policy change for pedestrians in this state's history?
Well, only to be given this brief by the so-called active transport group, but this is what they call the briefing paper. We had nothing to do with the briefing paper. We were never consulted. The word pedestrian doesn't appear in it. Yet we're the most vulnerable road user. Why aren't we at the top of the food chain telling these people what we think would be a good idea? We were given that opportunity under Minister Constance, for which we were grateful. Can you imagine a committee of that size being unanimous I can't ever remember that sort of thing. I was on a local council for 8 years. We were never unanimous on anything. Sorry.
So we've looked at the issue of, I guess, the executive government having not consulted with you. What about Transport for New South Wales? Did anybody from Transport for New South Wales reach out to you as the peak body for pedestrians prior to the minister making the announcement on Monday?
No, I can't say they reached out to me. We obviously we discussed things with people in the road safety area, and they've.
Were you made aware that they were going to have the announcement at all?
No idea.
Okay, Mr. Fang, we might need to leave that line of questioning there. We've still got maybe 3 other members to ask questions. So, Ms. Ward.
Ms. Ward,
thank you for coming along and for your devotion to this issue over many years. You've been very consistent in your advocacy for pedestrians, and thank you for the time you've put into providing these. Just that 11 September briefing paper, are you able to table that or provide a copy on notice to the committee? Noting that doesn't mention pedestrians. I was just interested in the presently unregulated, unidentifiable kids out riding bikes. We all want our kids getting outside. We want them getting off screens and we want them exercising and all those good things. But the reality that I think you mentioned was that we've got these kids on a 20-kilo electronic bike or a scooter going 25 k's an hour, potentially more, without helmets, and a number of kids on there, I've seen it myself, given that it's electronic, they don't have to pedal, they can just go along in it. That's not a transport solution, is it, Mr. Scrooby? That's a disaster waiting to happen, isn't it? That's a potential
Walking
tragedy.
and cycling. Walk is the best 4-letter word in the dictionary. It gets us healthy. I walk every morning. It makes me feel good. You know, we have been promoting Walk to Work Day and Walk Safely to School Day for 25 years, getting kids to walk. What are we doing? We're going to have e-scooter to school day? Are they all going to be fat zombies by the time they leave school? Or are we going to get them to get healthy? And how dare these people in transport call themselves active transport? It's a ruse. It's meant to put it in bubble wrap and make it look good.
Can I just ask then, given they're out there, the scooters and the bikes are out there, given the Minister has raced out to make an announcement before this inquiry, in fact, the government didn't instigate the inquiry. I requested and suggested, and the Chair kindly agreed, that we should have this inquiry, and suddenly there was a rush to make an announcement without consultation. Given that there are these bikes out there, I think you mentioned licensing in a potential way to identify, and we've heard some evidence about the potential opportunity to educate these young riders who will soon be drivers, and an overseas example where that has happened with 14-year-olds, similar to a junior boat licence. Do you care to comment on that opportunity?
Well, that is the way through. If you ask any police officer, if there is some form of licensing and identification, they can have a much better chance of enforcing the law. No police officer is going to chase a kid on an e-scooter. A, the child might hurt themselves, or the rider. B, they might hurt themselves. C, other people might get hurt, so they will not chase them. So they're unidentifiable. Why don't we require, let the community pay for it, but some form of number plate? They're right through Europe, you can see them. So that's not impossible. Number 2, why not make sure they know the road rules when they first get on one of these? Remember, Ms. Ward, they're on 8-inch wheels, 4 inches above the ground. They hit a tiny pothole, they come off. This is not a bicycle. And there's so many other things emerging. The technology is mind-blowing. It's as fast as mobile phones. And we've got a chance today to set a path for the future which is safe, sustainable, and encompasses both walking, cycling, and other forms of e-mobility or micro-mobility.
And coming into Christmas, if mum and dad are thinking about buying these devices, click on Amazon, get something cool for Christmas, and we want to sort of deal with this behaviour as quickly as possible, surely potentially a licence on the bike or some form of number plate or identification of the bike. If mum and dad get a $350 fine, that behaviour is going to change pretty quickly by those kids on the bike. Is that
Well, the funny
fair?
thing is, Ms. Ward, that the expensive fine is only for helmets. All the others are $139. It's just farcical. And the police, when we did our FOI, we found that there was no data at all on how many children or riders had been booked for unregistered uninsured motor vehicle, because it's the same law part code as that of an ordinary motor vehicle. There's no data there at all about enforcement. So, look, I think it extends into even, you know, the new fat boy bikes. If you get the instructions, it says this is a registered pedelec. It'll cut out at 6, you've got to start pedalling, and it'll cut out fully at 25 k's. However, it says, if you want this to be an off-road bike, tweak the throttle, push button B, and it'll do 50 k's without pedalling. So these kids are riding around on unregistered, uninsured motorbikes all over Sydney, and we're going, oh, well, let's turn a blind eye to this because it's active transport.
Can I'll just see whether government members have any questions for Mr. Scrooby.
Mr. Scrooby, is it correct that you're on the Road Safety Advisory Committee?
I am.
And were you at a meeting on the 11th of September?
I was.
And is it correct that you were briefed about the proposed changes?
I said
by
that,
Transport?
and I presented the brief.
Yeah. So how is it that you can assert that there was no consultation with the Pedestrian Council?
After the fact. I was given this on the 11th. I've already
Well, it's not the
presented-
law, is it?
What?
It's not the law at the moment. It's a proposal.
This was the findings after a 2-year trial. That's the only consultation I've had during that entire period. It's the only consultation I've had since we released the e-scooter advisory recommendations.
Well,
That's
you-
all.
Are you not on the same plane as everyone else who's been consulted about this?
No, because this has been internalised. What was a key stakeholder committee has been internalised. It's all been put into the government. I don't even think the police have had much involvement in this.
But I mean, we're in the middle of a consultation process.
That's what
at
I
the
think is
moment.
fabulous, and I commend you for it.
So I'm just. So what more are you expecting the government to do?
Listen.
Well, that's what they're doing at the moment. That's what a consultation process
this
is
is
about.
half the government. I'm sorry, but this is the upper house.
Yeah, but there was a meeting on the 11th.
Yes. So
Have you got questions? Sorry for Mr.
I don't
Porter.
get what you.
Point of order's been taken by Ms. Ward.
Thank you. It's the procedural fairness motion that courtesy should be accorded to witnesses, and
Yes.
perhaps the members, as passionate as they are, might be reminded of that.
Yes, I'll uphold the point of order to treat witnesses with respect. And if you do have questions about the process for Mr. Scrooby, formulate a question about it as opposed to what seems to be challenging his version of events.
Okay, if I could ask a question then. So, Mr. Scrooby, you were at a consultation session about a proposal for things that haven't been decided yet on September the 11th.
Let me explain. I've been a member of the Road Safety Advisory Committee. Advisory is an interesting word. For over 15 years, I attend every meeting. I'm yet to advise anybody on anything. We were advised. We weren't given any input into this whatsoever. I've tabled this. I'm not saying for a minute that on the 13th or in early September I didn't receive this briefing note. But we had no say in it. It doesn't mention the word pedestrians. And if you were running a pedestrian organisation, you would be concerned too, would you not?
My question was whether you had been consulted on the 11th, and apparently the answer was yes. So thank you for that.
The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. One more question. We've got
Well,
1 minute.
I would, to counter that, what happened on the 11th, do you consider it consultation or do you consider it you being told that this was going to happen? Because for me, there's a difference. Being told consultation is back and forth. Being told this is going to happen is another thing. So in your view, was that consultation adequate?
No, I got to ask the woman who presented it a couple of questions. I said, why did you increase the speed from 10 to 20? She said, because a lot of the e-scooter riders felt wobbly at 10. That's the only science we were given for increasing this from 10 to 20. This is the most critical point in this whole debate. You increase the speed 5 times more dangerously, and that's... Why don't we change the name to the Road Safety Advised Committee? Because it wasn't advisory. I was advised. I wasn't consulted.
One last question, Ms Ward.
Just in terms of that, clearly it has already been decided. The minister did a photo shoot and the minister went out with the announcement without saying this is what we're proposing to do. Do you have some input prior? That's correct, isn't it?
No idea it was coming. It was like I thought, but I'm appearing next week with the Upper House. Why is she doing this today?
And the questions from the government members haven't been about your thoughts. They've been about whether you disagreeing with your evidence today. That's essentially the case, isn't it?
You can ask me any question you like. I've tried to lay it all on the table. We were not consulted from the time we released the e-scooter advisory, the recommendations, until then.
Would you like to be consulted further?
Well, wouldn't you think that a peak body representing the most vulnerable road users, 26 million of us, or 8 million in New South Wales, should have been consulted? We are the most vulnerable. We're the ones, not only, this is the interesting point for the committee, and that's part of these questions which I hope you'll ask tomorrow. If a driver hits an e-scooter rider and injures them, catastrophic injury, $20 million, it goes straight to CIRA or the insurer. If an e-scooter rider hits a pedestrian, nothing. We have to go and chase that person, identify them. Hopefully their parents have got a lot of money and you may not even be able to sue the parents. They might be writing another kid's one. You know, seriously. In New Zealand, everyone is covered under their national insurance scheme. Why not have a look at what's that's costing them on e-scooter injuries and deaths? How can we allow 7 deaths in Queensland this year? 7 deaths. And it's increasing. Do you know that the hospitals, the doctors, we've got Dr. John Crozier on my board. You've seen his presentation. You can see what's going to happen. We've got a chance now with an excellent paper, which everyone agrees with, to look at those recommendations. Please don't let any of the other stuff come on the market for a while. Just have a trial with e-scooters based on these recommendations. If you have to change some of them, do so. But that's a great basis upon which you can come out with an excellent report. It's not me. Look at NRMA's there. Police are there. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional.
Thank you, Mr Scrooby.
It's important.
We're actually out of time for your session now as well. So thank you so much for your submission, for your extensive evidence and documentation that you provided the committee today and for the work you do. The committee will be in touch if you've took anything on notice or if we have any further questions for you in terms of supplementary questions. So
thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for allowing me to appear before you today.
Thanks again, Mr Scrooby.
He's going to table that 11 September briefing paper.
We will now, we'll call our next witnesses. Next witness is via video link. Mr Irvine, I think I just saw you there. Are you still with us? Yes. Hi, you're on mute, but I'll just get you to unmute yourself. You can hear me okay, I can see you okay, and we'll start with us getting you sworn in. If you're able to state your name and position title, and I assume you have the wording there for either an oath or affirmation.
I don't, but...
That's all right. If you could just state your name and position title, and I will then guide you through the oath or the affirmation. So if you could just state your name and position title.
Yep, my name Andrew James Irvine. I'm the owner of Can Coburn Adventures.
Thank you. And did you want to take the affirmation or the oath on the Bible? The affirmation is not...
The oath's fine.
Okay, so if you could just repeat after me, please. I swear that the evidence now
I swear that the evidence now
about to be given by me
about given by me
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
shall be the whole truth
Sorry, shall be the
and nothing
truth.
but the truth.
Nothing but the truth. So
Shall be
help
the
me
truth,
God.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Irvine, do you have a opening statement for the committee?
Yes, sorry, this happened quickly. I'll just pull it up. Ready to go?
Thank you.
Okay. Dear inquiry members, thank you for the opportunity to provide a submission to your inquiry into the use of e-scooters, e-bikes and related mobility options for consideration. We are a small tourism and accommodation business located near Kosciuszko National Park in New South Wales. We started providing complimentary e-bikes based on the popularity of this service in similar tourism markets such as Canada and New Zealand, where e-bike and e-scooter tours and trails are the fastest growing segments of the adventure tourism markets. This market is currently 461 billion annually globally and expected to grow to 2.6 trillion by 2033 based on current growth. Australia's share of this market was around 32 billion in 2023, growing at 16% annually. Soft adventure tourism is 75% of that market. The hard adventure tourism market in Australia is currently constrained by insurance costs, but there is great potential in a new medium adventure market that would include e-bikes, e-scooters, e-surfboards and e-all-terrain scooters, which is a market sector that's growing rapidly. The uptake of e-bikes is the biggest sector of our current tourism market here, and e-scooters would add a safe option to expand that market to those not familiar with riding bikes, especially on gravel trails. I hope that this inquiry will look positively at the benefits of e-scooters and all the other forms of e-transport equipment that are being developed globally. Australia's view on e-scooters, including New South Wales e-scooter trials, appears to have been largely focused on evaluating the business model of mass urban rental fleets, as opposed to trialling the use of e-scooters in general as a means of transport and recreation. Away from the current trials in urban centres, e-scooters have a wide range of application in other countries and will open up many new forms of leisure travel and transport over time. Being able to use e-scooters to run tours on rail trails, gravel roads and other areas considered public spaces, similar to bicycles and e-bikes, will offer a safer, quieter and less aggressive form of transport, allowing for a new sector of nature-based tourism and offer a local transport option to visitors without vehicles. Riding an e-scooter is a very safe means of transport, particularly away from traffic. It involves far less balance than bicycles and is ridden much closer to the ground, allowing the rider to just step off rather than fall. Because e-scooters do not require the rider to push along with one leg like a traditional scooter, they are far easier to ride, and their upright positioning of the rider gives a much better field of vision than bicycles. E-scooters are widely used in urban areas in countries worldwide, and most riders are using their own e-scooter, not a short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to questions. I was just wondering if you could, because you mentioned insurance in your opening statement, what's the current situation? You're saying there are very few insurance products available to those hiring e-bikes or arranging tours. What's the how is the current insurance market when it comes to e-bikes hindered, which is your words, compared to other jurisdictions that you're following?
I can't quote you facts here, so I'll be careful, but my conversation with insurers, we have an e-bike rental business. We're trying to get one started. we are finding it very difficult to get e-bike insurance because insurers don't actually have a product ready to go as yet. I think they're still sitting on the fence waiting to see what the legislative requirements are going to be. So they're trying to fit e-bikes into other insurance products, and they're prohibitively expensive at the moment.
Okay, and are you hearing from them, that's a nationwide issue, I'm assuming, or do other states where they have acted with a little bit more certainty on this, have they got better insurance products available?
I'm sorry, I can't speak to that, I'm not sure.
Okay, you make the point about e-scooters in, trail roads, for example. You talked about rail trails and tourist markets, and wondered if you could just expand on what you see as that it doesn't seem reasonable that you can have, you state in your submission, high-speed four-wheel drive, cars as well as motorbikes in these areas, but not e-scooters.
So maybe if we took the example of the national park near where I live, it's fine for people to access multiple areas of the park using the tracks and roads that are there, using four-wheel drive vehicles, motorbikes, anything like that, because they have, I guess they're considered a public space and they work under standard vehicle registration. But so for that reason, I checked with the local police and they said, no, you could not use an e-scooter on those roads.
Yes, that's it. That's the situation that's being dealt with potentially at the moment. So what are your what barriers are you finding in terms of, you're saying that you wanted to look at starting an e-bike hiring business. You're near Kosciuszko. What barriers are you finding in terms of trying to get that established in terms of state regulation, really?
There just seems to be some uncertainty around what e-bikes are, and because once you get into the detail of e-bikes, is an e-bike allowed to have a throttle switch? What's the maximum wattage the battery's allowed to have? What's the speed limiting, and all these sorts of details, which seem to be a bit out of date to me. It's actually much safer to have a throttle switch than not on an e-bike because it helps with starting. But the biggest barrier to us would be this. Well, it's what's shutting down all tourism activities in this part of the world is the insurance. Public events are shutting down, tourism-based activities are shutting down. We can't get insurance. When we can get insurance, it's very, very expensive, and then it's so restrictive that it's sort of not worthwhile doing.
Thank you.
And if I could be very quickly, for me to rent somebody an e-bike, they come to my shop, they want to rent an e-bike. It takes me between 15 minutes to half an hour for me to go through. I have to actually train them to ride a bicycle. I have to go through all the functioning parts of the bicycle, check them over with them before I can actually let them out the door. This is advice I have from my lawyer, even though they're signing a waiver. And that's, for a $65 rental, they don't want to do that and I don't want to do that.
Sorry, just to be clear, before I throw to the opposition for questions, one last question about this insurance. So what's the difference between, you do just pedal bikes, mountain bikes, do you, as well, I'm assuming? No.
No.
Okay.
No, we don't.
All right, we've got insurance witnesses next, Insurance Council of Australia, so I'll continue on the insurance bent with them. Ms Wood.
Thank you, Chair. And I really, I just want to follow that up actually because I think it's pertinent. Thank you, for your submission and taking the time to join us today, and also thank you for the opportunities that you provide to people through your cabins and base camp business. It's good to see, but clearly you're trying to do the right thing here and obtain insurance, and you're trying to take those steps to protect your guests and users of e-bikes, as well as assume others using the area. Has there been any indication from the insurers about whether they're taking any steps? I know we will have the Insurance Council here, but what have they said to you about what you can try and do? Because otherwise you're sort of left in this situation where it's prohibitively expensive, but you don't seem to have other options or opportunities to take those steps.
we won't be running e-bikes this summer for that reason. We just can't get a reasonable insurance coverage. The numbers of insurers, and look, I'm no expert here, right? So I'm only going on the sort of dozen phone calls that I made to insurers. But the feedback on it, most of them was no, we don't touch e-bikes. And the few that did, once again, yes, it was very restrictive, and the level of training and all the rest that I had to do made it not worthwhile, unfortunately.
And so for your guests staying at your accommodation, wanting to avail themselves, do you have that conversation with them? And so I'm not trying to put you in a difficult position. I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of what you're having to deal with, that they then have to take that risk as well, or they're saying to you about, can we purchase this? This is where we can take steps, or am I to understand your evidence that you've just literally had to take them away because it's not feasible?
We have. So last summer we were a little in the dark with it, and we were providing them as a complimentary service to our guests, which went over brilliantly. But as we got further into it with the lawyer, trying to refine our waivers and the things people had to sign, we just decided it's kind of a bit affronting to somebody to have to stand them there and go through all this paperwork with them to say, here's a bike that you can ride up to the cafe. It just doesn't make sense. And then we couldn't get any insurance at all for people under, I think, 18. It just wasn't possible.
And are there other types of, I think you've mentioned briefly, the other types of sort of bikes and vehicles and innovations in the market that are presently being used in the area?
No, nothing. We're the only operator in this part. There's a lot of operators over on in Thredbo and those ski resorts, and I imagine that they have some kind of self-insurance. I'm not sure how they do it over there. I haven't been able to find out how they're doing it, but I'm just speaking from a very small operator. That's what we're finding.
So I guess what would you like to see come out of in terms of recommendations, and this committee's considering constructive suggestions that you've had? What would help you? What's the number one thing that you need if this were to go ahead? Given that the Minister's made an announcement, it seems like this is going to happen. What would you like to see?
I'd like to see some clarity around what the detail of what's considered an e-bike or an e-scooter and what isn't, because there are so many of these vehicles or whatever pieces of equipment coming out now that some have 4 wheels, some have 3 wheels, some have 2 wheels. There's all sorts of different types that are coming out, and what are we going to classify as a bike, a scooter, an ATV? How will we register those? How will we insure those? Which ones will have maximum speed limiting? Which ones will have the ability to have a throttle? I'm sorry, I know I'm being boring, but it's all these sorts of details that make it. I mean, if you get in, as you know, you get in a legal situation around insurance, that's the stuff that's going to pull you apart. So we have to be very clear on that. What I'd really like to see is anybody can ride a bicycle on any road anywhere. They don't have to be registered. They don't have to be. They don't. A standard push bike, a 6-year-old can ride it down the street.
You're a small.
Anything that has a battery, you can't.
Yeah, you're a small business. You've already paid a lawyer to get this advice, and you obviously have other concerns and issues. This is just adding to them. Is there a way that the government could make this easier for you with that clarity and application, or is it something you're just going to have to sit tight and wait without further consultation?
I'll have to sit tight and wait. I think the magic wand would be that waivers worked. That if somebody signed a waiver, it stuck, but I know that's not going to happen. But yeah, I think just taking this, clearing up this, even with ATVs, that's a grey area as well. Like where you can take an ATV vehicle from your farm to wherever. It's just a very grey area. One thing is to own your own, which is what that's one part of it. But the other part of it is anything. The minute you're hiring it or there's a transaction involved. Where does liability lie and that sort of stuff? Just to clear that up would be great.
Thank you. I mean, where's my? I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. Just one or two questions. We've got to.
I just wanted to ask. Obviously, we've been focusing on the, transport aspect of e-mobility instead of the more leisure and enjoyment aspect that you probably are more advocating for. do you see anything in the minister's announcement that's going to provide clarity for you in relation to the issues and circumstances that you've encountered in relation to e-mobility, or do you think that the minister's announcement sort of is devoid of any information that's going to assist your business in operating?
I apologise, but I can't really comment on the minister's announcement. I saw I saw some sort of media on it. I didn't see any detail on what the minister announced. I'm sorry.
Are you a member of any group or advocacy organisation? Like we've had the Pedestrian Council on previously. Do you know if they sought feedback from you as a member, or did they get asked for feedback from the minister before her announcement?
Apologies again. I'm not part of that Pedestrian Council. I'm part of local cycling groups. Yep.
Sorry, that's what I meant. As in, like, are you a member? Did they get asked as the local cycling group, for feedback on e-bikes or e-mobility issues before the minister made her announcement?
I'm not that I'm aware of. No.
No.
But I'm not sure.
You're not alone here. It seems like nobody was asked for a consultation, but that's okay. I'll pass back to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Fang. Questions from government members?
I just wanted to ask about just get some comments about the proposals around a licensing arrangement for riders and what impact that might have on your business.
Yep. Look, I'm sorry. I feel like I've missed a conversation here that the minister has maybe put out, so I apologise. But some form of licensing would be great. If licensing meant that there was therefore some inherent insurance, like operating a vehicle or something, then that would be terrific. We'd be happy to work with that.
And do you have comments about the impact of age restrictions on using these kinds of vehicles?
I think it's a difficult question because I think 8-year-olds are far better on scooters than 60-year-olds, but we're more likely to allow 60-year-olds than 8-year-olds. So a scooter is a much easier thing to operate than a bicycle. And so I'm sure there has to be an age restriction of some kind, maybe in the terms of rental or a commercial arrangement. But I think for personal use, I don't really see why there should be a restriction. I mean, I guess I tend to fall back on parents making that call, but that's probably naive.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Irvine. Your evidence was really valuable to us. That's the end of our questions for you. So appreciate that. The Secretariat will be in touch if any of us have any further supplementary questions, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. We'll see if the Insurance Council are here, I think. Yeah, okay. Going a little bit early. Right, we'll start by getting our next witnesses sworn in. So thanks for appearing. So we'll start with you, Ms. Pearce. If you could please state your name, position, title, and then either the oath or affirmation.
Sure. So it's Alex Pearce, and I'm a General Manager for Climate, Social Policy and International Engagement at the Insurance Council of Australia. I'll be taking the affirmation. I'll take that now.
Go ahead, thanks.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Ms. Horton?
Ms. Alexandra Horton, I'm the General Manager of Regulatory and Consumer Policy at the Insurance Council of Australia. And also to the affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Now, is there an opening statement from
There is.
one or both of you? Thanks.
So we're both joining you here today because when it comes to insurance, this policy issue affects around e-scooters and e-bikes, interacts with the ICA in a number of different ways, and that's why you've got two general managers here with two different sort of portfolio hats, so we can kind of give you the breadth and depth of our experience collectively. So Alexandra and her team manage compulsory third-party insurance and registration matters, whereas I'm responsible for the various risk factors that come with personal mobility devices, so that is e-bikes, e-scooters, etc. So we're very keen to discuss both areas today, as we understand the terms of reference are quite broad. So by way of background, the Insurance Council is the national body of the general insurance industry in Australia, and it represents about 90% of private sector general insurers. Our sector provides protection for 41 million homes, buildings and vehicles against unexpected events. We do support the electrification of Australia's transport system, and this plays an important role in decarbonising our economy in line with the state and federal climate and energy policies that we have in place. And whilst this transition presents some considerable opportunities, we understand that it also needs to be managed carefully to ensure that potential risks are also considered appropriately. And we are seeing an encouraging increase in consumer demand for alternative and less emissions-intensive transport, but this has unfortunately led to a growth in imports of cheap, non-compliant e-scooters and e-bikes, and that can present a higher risk of battery fire and a higher risk of causing injury, fatality and property loss. As a result of this growth, there does need to be greater consideration around the legislative settings that are in place to regulate e-bikes and e-scooters. So we're really pleased to be looking into this policy issue with you today. It's also worth noting that my face may be familiar. We did appear before the Joint Standing Committee on the Road Safety's inquiry into electric and hybrid vehicle batteries before this Parliament in March this year. And we outlined to that committee some of those key risk factors, which we think are really key to pull through here as well when it comes to thinking about personal mobility devices, so e-bikes and e-scooters. So there are three distinct types of electrified transport that use lithium-ion batteries and require that connection to power to recharge the battery pack. So you've got the personal mobility devices, the e-bikes and scooters, you've got light delivery EVs, that's golf buggies, and you've got the road-registered electric vehicles. And it's really critical that we treat these three types distinctly as they come with different risk profiles and different solutions to mitigate that risk. So as you would have heard in the last committee hearing, road-registered EVs do not present a greater risk of fire occurrence than conventional vehicles, but when a fire does occur, it needs to be managed differently. For personal mobility devices and light delivery EVs, they present a higher risk of battery fire and a higher risk of causing injury, fatality and property loss. So to minimise that risk, we know that the lithium-ion products need to be properly stored, consumers need to be aware of these risks associated with damaged batteries and with damaged chargers, and the importation of these products needs to be regulated. So we were really pleased to see the New South Wales Government's announcement in August to introduce new standards on lithium-ion and battery-powered e-bikes and scooters. So we also encourage other jurisdictions to follow suit so we can have a truly national approach when it comes to testing, certification and labelling. And just to round out, I want to touch on some of the observations in regards to the regulatory framework around personal mobility devices that we provided in our submission and which speaks to Alexandra's portfolio as well. So as you're aware, e-bikes and e-scooters are not required to be registered, so there is currently no requirement for compulsory third-party insurance coverage. As accidents involving e-scooters do not fall within the ambit of the New South Wales CTP insurance scheme, a third party injured in an accident involving an e-scooter can be left with significant out-of-pocket expenses and no legal recourse. We acknowledge the need for appropriate insurance cover for these injuries, but we don't believe this should be provided through the CTP scheme, given the lack of registration and premium collection requirements. So we expect that insurance products for e-scooters and similar devices will become available in time. Were e-scooters to be incorporated now into the New South Wales CTP scheme, a mechanism would need to be established for premiums to be collected. It's a complex issue, and we're really looking forward as an industry to engaging with the New South Wales government as you consider it forward further. We also note a potential legislative change in South Australia, which I believe has been discussed previously, that would legalise private e-scooters on public roads and footpaths. Under the bill introduced to Parliament, there was no requirement to register a personal mobility device or for riders to hold a licence, and there was no CTP cover for death or injury due to the actions of a rider on a device. An opposition amendment to the bill could allow people injured in accidents involving these devices to make a third-party claim against the nominal defendant. So we'll continue to monitor the situation in South Australia closely to better understand the implications for our members. Thanks so much for the opportunity to appear today, and we look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for coming along today and for your submission and taking the time to give us this information. A couple of questions on insurance. We've just heard from a witness running a small business. I don't know if you had the opportunity to hear, but running a outdoor ecotourism business in Kosciuszko National Park, about having e-bikes available but unable to get any insurance for them. So he's basically had to take them off. They were complimentary to guests. He's had to take them away because the cost is prohibitive. Could you talk us through how that might be remedied and what could be offered, given obviously it's critical to his business and something he says his guests enjoy? How could insurers make that offering to him at the moment without it being so expensive?
So I might jump in on that one. It is likely that the type of insurance he's struggling to obtain is public liability insurance, civil liability insurance. There are a number of reasons for the significant cost in civil liability insurance at the moment. For a number of years, civil liability lines have been running at 120% loss ratio, being that for every dollar an insurer takes in premiums, they've been paying out $1.20 in claims amounts. And the nature of those claims are increasing as well over the years. So the size of the claims, the amounts of payouts are increasing, which is adding cost pressures to those particular.
Not being critical of it, just trying to understand it for the committee. So, and sorry to cut you off, we're just tight for time. But if you want to add anything further, you're most welcome to on notice and give back to the committee. But just in terms of what could be offered, if I think you referred to potentially CTP and a scheme through that, without overcomplicating this, we want people on bikes, we want them outside, we want them riding, but clearly there's a great risk here of injury, death and catastrophic outcomes with no legal avenue. So can you just talk us through that sort of option of licensing potentially CTP and how that might provide an insurance offering?
So that won't affect the cost of civil liability insurance, having it through the CTP scheme. What would need to happen? Well, so the CTP scheme as it currently operates is funded partly from the registration fees paid on cars that are on the roads. Given PMDs are not currently registered, they're not contributing to that scheme. So our view is that providing coverage from that scheme would need to, or a similar scheme, would need to go along with a collection of some sort of registration fee, which would obviously add a cost to those who are using those devices. So we don't think it would be appropriate to put them into the current CTP scheme, but if another scheme was to be developed to appropriately register, collect a fee and manage those claims through that scheme, that's certainly something that we would engage with the government on. I do stress, though, that is a different issue from the civil liability, public liability, and there may be opportunities for tort reform in that space, which would address some of those risk factors.
Yep. Okay. So, but as it stands, there's not that offering, and it could only be done in circumstances where there was a form of registration and fee from either that registration. There's no other option other than to have that kind of structure around licensing.
So the funding for the scheme would need to come from somewhere, and that is the most logical place for it to come from. That's where we've seen it work effectively with other sorts of CTP
I think
schemes.
you mentioned that a product might become available in time. Did you want to speak to that, or is that essentially what you're saying?
That's a point to, as risks develop and as new risks appear in the market, insurers do traditionally respond to those risks by developing products. We don't have knowledge of specific products being developed for e-scooters, but it wouldn't surprise us if at some point in the future a form of coverage was developed, either in the private market or if government decided to look at a new scheme to manage those risks. That may be an alternative way of doing it.
And were you consulted prior to the Minister's announcement publicly about e-scooters?
I'd need to double check with the team on that one, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay, but nothing springs to mind about being
Which
invited to
announcement? You
something?
mean the regulation of the imports of battery risk? We were engaged in...
No, about e-scooters being legalised.
From memory, it's possible that we were with Sarah, but again, I'd need to double check.
But Transport didn't contact you, Minister's office didn't?
I think the witness taken
I will need to double check and come back to you on that.
Thank you. You don't need to run cover. You can ask questions in your own time. I'm entitled to ask questions. It's just that, we're trying to look at opportunities to make recommendations that could assist in this space, and certainly one of the issues around insurance, as you've raised, and I just wanted to finish off on the South Australian. Yeah, okay. Ledge, yep. Just that I think it's helpful to understand that South Australian potential scheme. Did you want to just elaborate on that, about the need for that legislative framework for that coverage?
So I think we covered most of it in the opening statement, but ultimately the South Australian scheme, our view was that provided other road users would not be able to claim under compulsory third-party insurance for death or injury due to the actions of a rider, it would ensure that the nominal defendant scheme would be protected from unfunded liabilities. So we were interested in and engaging with that process. Obviously, we've seen a move by the opposition to propose amendments to the bill, which potentially expands that cover to the third parties injured by riders of personal mobility devices through the nominal defendant scheme. So we're continuing to monitor that process.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
So I might just jump in with a question. So just the nominal defendant scheme is covered by insurance, by CTP, is that correct? So when people pay their insurance, a portion of that goes into nominal defendant scheme. So a way to ensure, therefore, that all people injured due to cycling or e-scooters or other devices is to just expand that. That's what the South Australian scheme is potentially looking at with this amendment. Is that correct?
So it could be a way to expand it, yes, provided there was appropriate registration and payment into the scheme.
Yeah, so when appropriate registration and payment, so the vehicle itself involved would need to be registered, is that what you're saying? Or if somebody is injured, for example, by any cyclist and the cyclist, hit and run, so to speak, would they still be covered?
Potentially, if there's a defendant that's unable to be located or is uninsured, that's when the nominal defendant scheme usually kicks in.
And do you see issues with, at this point in terms of what we're obviously the huge increase in e-scooter use, e-bike use and other devices, and the financial sustainability of that nominal defendant fund?
Well, I mean, if we add a whole lot of potential risks into the fund, but we don't fund it, then that obviously will eventually challenge scheme viability if we just keep adding risks in but don't provide the funding for it. So we don't think it would be sensible just to put them all into the scheme without some sort of registration and payment to go into it. And even then, there's a question about whether it's appropriate for them to sit in the same scheme as motor vehicles or a separate defined scheme. But that's a discussion that would need to be had down the track when we could look at a couple of different scheme designs.
Just one last quick question before I go to Mr. Banaziak. So in relation to that, do you know whether there's been any research or in other jurisdictions where this has worked, or any consideration being given to, for example, such a scheme as that, in terms of broadening the nominal defendant situation so that we can have ensure that people riding devices and people hit by those are covered. Is any jurisdiction doing it well, or is there good research you can point the committee to?
So it's an emerging issue, obviously, as the increase in personal mobility devices accelerates. In terms of jurisdictions in Australia that we could definitely point to, not at the moment. We're still monitoring what's happening across Australia. We can certainly take on notice, though, any international examples in this space.
That would be very useful.
Chair, I might just add just quickly as well, I think it's also the point here that we want to walk and chew gum at the same time. So reducing underlying risk here is really important too, and that then plays into the challenge of, will this be a bottomless pool, the scheme? And that's why we are calling for things like the regulation, consumer education and awareness. We've also formed a partnership with Fire and Rescue New South Wales. So we kind of need to look at this sort of challenge holistically to mitigate new risk.
Yes, don't be assured that most other witnesses, that's what we're
really?
speaking
Okay,
with
great.
them about. Yes, Mr. Benazia.
Thanks, Chair. We heard yesterday from shared e-bike and e-scooter companies that their riders are covered under an insurance. I'm not too sure what that insurance is, but regardless, the other evidence we've heard is that roughly 58% of injuries that result in hospitalisation from e-scooters or e-bikes has some level of intoxication involved with them. Now, as a general rule, regardless of what insurance product it is, would it be fair to say if there's intoxication involved, the insurance company isn't going to pay out on that insurance?
That will depend on the details of the contract of insurance. So, for example, in some travel insurance policies, there is an allowance to have a certain amount of alcohol in your blood. They have limits that they place on those. So it would depend on the policy.
What about illegal drugs then?
I beg your pardon?
What about drug intoxication, so illegal drugs?
Well, ordinarily, insurers would not cover illegal activities. And so, if someone's driving intoxicated in contravention of the law, ordinarily insurers would not cover that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from government members?
All our questions have been asked, actually.
Other questions? Mr. Fang, do you have any?
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to ask about the consultation process as well. We've heard from a number of witnesses prior to now that the Minister made an announcement in relation to the e-mobility process for the government, but didn't seek to consult with, for example, doctors, with the Pedestrian Council. What about in relation to insurance? Do your members have the opportunity to provide feedback to you, which is then given to the government, or has the Minister done this outside of feedback from the insurance companies themselves?
So I think it's obvious this is a matter of keen interest to the committee. I think just to ensure that we provide a thorough response, we'll take that on notice and check in across our team and provide a response on notice.
I know you took on notice the response from the Insurance Council. I was more, I guess, speaking from your members' perspective. Have they had the opportunity to provide feedback? Because as Mr. Benazia indicated, we've been told that some of the commercial operators have insurance should there be an injury to a pedestrian or another user, but it would seem that it's opaque as to what's covered, and certainly other evidence from doctors indicated that if there is any of the mitigating factors such as speed or no helmet or intoxication or drugs, that the insurance is null and void, which then puts the liability onto the state. So I guess from my perspective, we've got to look at recommendations. If it's the case that insurers haven't been consulted, what would you see as the process for determining a product that's going to ensure that liability doesn't rest with the state into the future?
So in terms of whether our individual members have been consulted, that's probably not something we can comment on. I'd suggest questions could be directed to those members about that. In terms of a process with any legislative or regulatory change, particularly in the CTP space. We engage very closely with CERA, the New South Wales agency responsible for those, and anticipate that we would, in any change of this nature or proposed change of this nature. And of course, if bills or legislation were being introduced to Parliament, we would take the opportunity to comment where appropriate.
Thank you.
So, am I out of time, Chair? Or?
Not out of time, but continue. Is it just recognising
yeah,
that the witnesses have been asked this question from both from both Ms. Ward as well as you, just in terms of where you take it now?
I'm just trying to work out. So, if there's been no planning, there's been no consultation either from the Insurance Council or the insurers themselves, do you have any idea as to what an insurance package might cost and how it might be determined how you would actually pay into that? So would it be potentially that the commercial operators would have to pay it or the users would have to pay it? Do you see any structure as to how this might occur, or has the Minister made an announcement devoid of any of this advice at all?
So again, in terms of whether or not there has been consultation across insurers, as mentioned, we'll take that on notice just to clarify that. So just to deal with that up front. In terms of a view on how much something would cost, we would need to see the detail, quite significant detail about what the proposal was before we could provide feedback on potential cost or underwriting criteria or any of that sort of stuff. So these changes are quite lengthy and involve processes, and we'd obviously look forward to engaging as appropriate if and when something like that rolls out.
Okay, so it's fair to say that there's been no policy work done in relation to, I guess, an e-mobility framework for New South Wales and the costings.
Well, I can't obviously comment on what may have been done within government, and as mentioned previously, we'll take on notice a query about any engagement with our members in the Insurance Council more broadly.
Okay, let's. I do have further questions about broader insurance issues. I think we get the sense with this.
Yeah,
so, Ms. Wood, is it?
They might look like, just in terms of what work you might do. I accept what you've said, that you would need to look at any package in detail. But given the huge market uptake in these products, is it something the Insurance Council or insurers might be starting to do some work on, looking at what a package might look like and some costing? I mean, ordinarily you would anticipate that might be something that's coming up and do some preliminary work. Is that something that you might be working on, or that?
So it's something that will be of interest to our members, particularly those who participate in the current CTP scheme in New South Wales. The level of detail that they may have gone into in thinking about the issues, I'm not sure at this point, but again, we can ask if any preliminary work has been done across.
That would be helpful
membership.
just to understand what's being done if we were able to engage.
Just in addition to that, what would be the time frame that you would need to adequately put together something like this from start to finish in terms of planning, research, etc.? If you had all the details, how long would it take for you to get a product and a scheme up and running?
It's a very difficult question to answer. It would depend a lot on how readily available the information was, the funding to support the development of a scheme, the amount of community consultation that's required, the amount of consultation with consumer advocates and other entities, and their capacity to respond. So it's a little bit of how long is a piece of string.
So if you had all the
if
you had all the information and the consultation had been done, how long do you think, on a rough scale?
It's not really a question that I can answer. It would depend a lot on the complexity of the scheme and all of that. So, I'm afraid I can't really give you a satisfactory answer on that.
Can I ask, at this point in time in New South Wales, if someone is an e-bike rider and wishes to try and get some kind of insurance for themselves, for injury, for example, and others, what are their options? Is there anything available? Actually, the question is both for e-bikes and just as a cyclist. So as a push bike cyclist, professional cyclist, so what are their options?
I might need to take that one on notice, Chair, just to confirm the details of what sorts of policies are available for those people.
because I am aware that Bicycle New South Wales, for example, has some sort of a scheme with their membership. They're appearing tomorrow, and we'll ask them about that. But it does seem, I mean, if people are willing to fork out, several $1,000s for a bike, there's several things with it. Obviously, there's the bikes. In fact, my personal situation, the e-bikes are increasingly being targeted by thieves. I hear from the police there's like a syndicate actually of the bikes are being taken, e-bikes are being targeted, they're being put into shipping containers, apparently sold overseas. It's starting to be a big issue. So insurance is something that people consider. I've talked with people about it and would consider it, but I don't know whether it's available for a bike that's a few $1,000s. So for both theft as well as injury, there currently is not.
Well, so in terms of theft, there's property insurance.
No, so just to be clear, with contents, if you're just parking it out in the street when you're going to different places, that's what I'm also talking about. Yeah.
Right, because home and contents insurance obviously covers it if it's at your property and you have a policy.
A lot of times it's not.
Yeah, but then that's obviously separate from injury.
And it may be able to be listed as a portable item on your home and contents, so there may be capacity to, much like a piece of jewellery, that you can list as a portable item. And so if you happen to have it somewhere else and lose it for whatever reason, it may be able to be covered under those circumstances, but we will certainly take that.
So in terms of injury, really, that's the missing, seems to be the missing element, and it seems as though insurance companies are reluctant because of, I think you've stated this maybe in your submission, because of the increasing risks that haven't been really mitigated and aren't being regulated in terms of insurance and in terms of registration and other things.
Yeah, so I think there's a difference between an individual insuring for injury to themselves when riding the device, as opposed to a business insuring for injury to guests or customers that are riding a device. So that would sit within the public liability regime, and then individual would sit elsewhere, but we'll definitely come back to you on that one.
That would be very useful. Thank you. Any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you. Thank you so much for appearing today. You've agreed to take some things on notice, so thank you for that. The Secretariat will be in touch about those. Appreciate you giving evidence to this inquiry.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The committee will break for lunch and we'll be back at 1:15. Thanks. Okay, welcome back and welcome to our next witnesses. We'll just get you sworn in before we kick things off. So, Mr. Timms, if we could start with you, state your name, your title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Timms. I'm the Chair of the Australasian College of Road Safety, New South Wales chapter. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Dr. Prabhakar?
Thank you. My name is Tasha Prabhakar. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Australasian College of Road Safety New South Wales chapter. I'll give the affirmation.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. All right. Now, Professor Hayworth.
Yes, Professor Narelle Howard from the Centre for Accident Research and Road Safety Queensland. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you so much. And sorry, the pronunciation of your surname, Professor Howworth, is it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Now, short opening statements for the committee. Who would like to proceed?
I will,
Dr.
thank
Prabhakar,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. The Australasian College of Road Safety is focused on saving lives and preventing serious injuries on our roads. There are various asserted benefits of micromobility devices, including greater mobility choices, reduced traffic congestion, environmental benefits, and for e-bikes, health and fitness benefits. But there are also a range of risks that e-mobility devices pose to their users, pedestrians and other users of similar devices. Transport and mobility plans need to be integrated to promote a wide range of transport and mobility options. Are paths in new housing estates, for example, being built to accommodate a person pushing a double-width pram at 2 kilometres an hour, while passing an e-mobility device being ridden at 20 kilometres an hour? Commitments to reduce road trauma require legislative and regulatory measures which enable and provide for all road users. Thanks to Queensland fatal reporting, which now identifies personal mobility devices as a separate category, we know that more people have been killed on this category of device so far this year than bicyclists. Our recent e-mobility forum also heard that hospitalisations for e-scooter riders in Queensland also now exceeds bicycle riders. ACRS believes that we should prevent all fatal and serious injuries on our roads. By introducing these new mobility devices into our current imperfect road system, the unfortunate reality is that we will see more crashes involving these devices. We need to research and understand what is happening to reduce the crash risk. It is critical that we have nationally consistent definitions and data about these devices. Finally, Christmas is now only 8 weeks away. I ask parents to consider if an e-scooter is an appropriate or legal gift for their children. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to you, Professor Howworth.
Yes, thank you. So I'm from the Centre for Accident Research and Road Safety Queensland, which has actually done quite a bit of research looking at e-scooters, particularly in Queensland. I'd like to make 3 main points. My first point is that e-bikes and e-scooters aren't the same. They differ in what they're used for, the lengths of trips that people use them for, their safety issues, and the degree to which they have health benefits. And therefore, I think it is appropriate that we deal with them separately and that we regulate them in a different way. Secondly, private and shared e-scooters aren't the same either. Our research has clearly shown that they differ in what they're used for, the extent to which they replace car trips, and the safety issues associated. So importantly, there's much more ability to regulate shared e-scooters than there is to regulate private e-scooters. Thirdly, the rules for e-bikes and e-scooters vary across jurisdictions and have changed over time. And the consequence of this has been a lack of knowledge or confusion and certainly illegal behaviours by riders. And so that's something we need to consider. I'd like to make a few recommendations. Firstly, agreeing with my colleague from New South Wales that the terms and classifications in regulations need to be standardised and future-proofed to deal with new devices that may come out. And Standards Australia have yet to do any work in this area. The import rules need to be tightened to prevent the sales of e-bikes and e-scooters which are illegal for use on public roads or can be easily tampered with to operate at unsafe speeds. To protect riders, micromobility devices need to be separated from motor vehicles. To protect pedestrians, they need to be separated from pedestrians or have low speed limits. If we build protected bike lanes, that will reduce riding on footpaths, whether that's legal or illegal, and it's been shown quite clearly. Better maintenance of roads and footpaths is also good for improving the safety of micromobility and also improving pedestrian safety. To minimise inappropriate parking of shared e-scooters, physical or virtual parking areas should be created rather than being left anywhere. And if e-mobility grows, there may be a need for dedicated e-scooter lanes or shared e-mobility lanes, or at the very least wider bike paths or shared paths to cope with the actual volumes. Regulations should require or at least allow safer e-scooter designs such as larger wheels and better lighting. And finally, there is a need for better data to know more about how and how much usage there are of these devices, what their problems are, and how effective regulation is actually being. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both of you for your submissions as well, which are very extensive and very useful. I just wanted to jump onto the, probably not the right term, but the safer e-scooter designs that you have just mentioned, Professor Haworth. Are there stricter regulations in some other jurisdictions that prevent some of these less safe e-scooters from being used? I'm conscious of how difficult it is to regulate anything really when a lot of people are buying things online these days, you know, via Amazon and other ways. But are there other jurisdictions that have done this in terms of larger wheels for increased stability? Sounds very sensible, but if there's a lot of dangerous e-scooters out there and everybody's buying them, is it, how do we make that happen?
Okay, it's certainly been investigated in Queensland, and recently TMR has brought out some recommendations in relation to that. I think the challenge with larger wheels is that it actually can mean that the actual total length of the e-scooter is longer. And that's an issue if we're in a situation of whether they can be taken on public transport or not, to actually be part of the trip. But nevertheless, the research does seem to show quite clearly that larger wheels, particularly larger front wheel, it's the front one that's important, not so much the rear one, actually gives greater stability of e-scooters, particularly if they're going over small obstacles on a road or on a footpath and so on. And so that's quite clear. And I think we can actually, in the case of shared e-scooters, require that an operator have a certain size of wheel. And in terms of private e-scooters, then I think in reality we need to be addressing a lot of those problems about the vehicles at the federal level in terms of what's being allowed to be imported and sold, because I think that's where a lot of the challenge actually is.
Any comments from the Australasian College of Road Safety on that issue?
No.
Can I turn to the issue of speed limits? So there's the situation sometimes with, for example, e-scooters and e-bikes where there's no, in many places, where there's no separated infrastructure, cycling infrastructure. if, for example, legislation allows e-scooters, including private e-scooters here in New South Wales, to for people to travel on roads and separated bike paths, what's the speed limit that you would see on both of those? A shared path is a different thing. What's the speed limit for the Australasian College of Road Safety? Maybe you're advocating for the same thing. What's the speed limit for e-scooters, and is it do you recommend, firstly?
Well, we talk about it. We have a table of recommendations towards on page 8, and we do call for an absolute maximum of 20 kilometres an hour. However, on a shared, just want to make sure I get the terminology right, on a shared zone and a shared path, that would be no more than 10.
So are you conscious of the South Australian legislation, as I understand it, has either passed or was recommending the, I think on the separated cycleways would be 25 and the paths would be 15. Did you have any input into the South Australian situation, the South Australian legislation?
No.
Yeah, okay.
But 25 kilometres an hour, just to put it in context, that's 7 metres per second. So 25 kilometres an hour in 4 seconds, you've travelled the length of a netball court. So if you bring that down to 20, that then goes out to 5.5 seconds. So it's just interesting to put that into perspective, that 25 kilometres an hour is actually 7 metres per second.
Are you advocating for that here just on e-scooters, or I'm having a look through, you're mentioning e-scooters in the speed limited devices, but do you also mean e-bikes?
Well, e-bikes, I think we're of a mind that the current regime in regards to the pedal-assisted bicycles is probably should remain the status quo, and any bike that can travel in exceed of that, or any bike that you don't need to pedal, that's just an illegal device. Which is, we've heard a lot about, obviously over the last day and a half. Professor, do you have any, what's your suggestions in relation to the speed within separated cycleways versus roads? Is it the same?
Look, I think that certainly I'd agree with the point that I think that 25 is okay for the e-bikes. If we make a speed limit for an e-bike too low, they actually become unstable and are actually less safe. So if an e-bike or a standard bike at 10 kilometres per hour is actually quite dangerous. And it takes up much more of the path to actually stay upright. I think that 20 kilometres an hour is probably okay on roads and on shared paths, but I don't think that is it's probably not very safe on roads with high speed limits. So I think it does depend on the speed limit of the road as well. That's probably not direct to your question, but I think it is important to know.
Which is actually my next question, because we have had evidence from multiple stakeholders about the speed limit for general vehicles and to encourage active transport in certain areas, 40 kilometres and 30 kilometres. In fact, there's obviously the campaign I'm sure you're aware of, maybe even a part of, but the 30 kilometres per hour campaign in certain streets. Because it seems to me with the increase, we're just not going to get the infrastructure, the separated cycling infrastructure for quite some time that's needed. And if we are putting in place these measures, there will be quite, increasing more e-bikes and potentially e-scooters maybe riding on those roads with other vehicles. So I appreciate both of your comments in relation to the general speed limit of streets. I'll go to you, Professor Howarth, first, and then throw to the Australasian College of Road Safety.
Well, certainly the research shows that if we can keep the speeds down to below 30 30 kilometres per hour or below, then the risk of a collision and the outcome of a collision with an unprotected road user, whether they be a pedestrian or on any sort of two-wheeled device, the outcome is much better. So I think it's a better outcome for everybody. And I think it's really important to consider that if we can bring those speed limits down low enough, we actually then don't have to be spending the money on the infrastructure, because the groups can coexist. And we're never going to have the infrastructure we need on every road. So I think that, that we should think of which roads are really for mixed use and have 30k, and which other roads are set aside for other more motorised uses, and for there we need to provide the infrastructure to separate certainly our pedestrians and also our e-bikes and e-scooters and any other two-wheel devices.
Thank you very much.
It's about minimising the speed differential between the different devices. Certainly an e-scooter at 10 coming into conflict with a motor vehicle at 50 or 60, that's a pretty substantial speed differential, just as a pedestrian at 1 or 2 coming into conflict with some sort of device travelling at 20 is also an issue. We did a forum a few years ago, and it was about what they call the movement and place framework, and that's all about urban street design. And one of the things that we found was that 80% of the traffic uses 20% of the road network. So most of the traffic is on your major arterial roads. So, which means that for the other part of the roads, the other part of the road network, lower speed limits are actually a good fit. It really shouldn't be disrupting the traffic. It's about having the right speed for the right road.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that too. I guess one of the other considerations is it's easy to think about this as a metro issue, but in fact, if it was introduced across into regional areas as well, you're dealing with quite a different road network and speed zones there, and potential for people to use the e-scooters in particular to travel to and from towns and things like that. You're looking at, remote populations. You've got a whole lot of issues there as well to think about when you're thinking about speed limits, not just the metro, but also regional.
Thank you. Questions from Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go to the comment from all the witnesses talking about the need for consistent definitions in regulations, and obviously part of this committee is about making recommendations about how these things should be regulated. Given that, do you think we are better off crafting our language around capabilities of these devices rather than trying to, define the different types of devices like e-scooters, e-bikes? Are we better off talking more, defining more broadly the capabilities of e-mobility devices as a way of future-proofing and capturing, the plethora of these things that may emerge?
With the Professor.
I'll go to the Professor first.
Yeah, look, thank you. And that's certainly, it's a comment that I've made in my submission, that I think we need to, in a sense, focus on what can a vehicle or device, whatever you want to call it, do. So we need to focus on really kinetic energy, because kinetic energy is that sort of fundamental thing that we need to match between different types of road users. And kinetic energy is related to mass times the square of velocity. And so types of vehicles which have similar kinetic energy can share the same space safely. The other thing we have to look at is sort of physical dimensions. But I think that if we sort of focus on those aspects rather than with what we're calling something, then we can get a safer mixing of types of vehicles. And I think that's one of the things that we're really looking at, both here and in other parts of the world, as to how can we actually make those sort of regulations not static, but having something that then allows for a new device that might be invented next year.
So just picking up on your comments about kinetic energy, and
being able to share a space with two entities or two devices or whatever you want to call them that have similar kinetic energy, would it be fair to say then that this concept of shared zones is a bit of a fallacy, because a pedestrian walking clearly is not going to have the same or similar kinetic energy of someone on a device that can go 20 kilometres an hour or 10 kilometres an hour? Should we be, if we're talking about infrastructure or creating infrastructure to support these devices, should we separate pedestrians from these devices because they clearly have different kinetic energies?
I think we should do that as much as we can.
Yeah.
But we have to realise that there are limits. And I think that's where, in those places where we have to have the sharing of pedestrians and motorised vehicles, we need to be bringing the speed of those motorised vehicles down, because every time we halve the speed, we actually quarter the amount of kinetic energy that vehicle has got.
And can I just to both groups a question of enforcement? Given that police are struggling at the moment with their workload already, what are some ways that we can deal with the enforcement issue around helmet use, speed, intoxication while using these vehicles? How do we do that enforcement with an already stretched police resource effectively? Are there technologies, are there ways that you foresee that we could do this within the constraints that we have already with police resources?
Well, I'll talk about what the professor said earlier about that. For example, the scooters, they're not the same. The private scooters, there's less capacity with the private scooter to geofence and prevent them from going in certain areas and to actually manually, automatically implement speed control. So that's a problem, and I'm not sure how we overcome that. I will say in regard to alcohol, the draft laws that were released on Monday talks about 0.05. Novice drivers, when they're behind the wheel, is 0. Why we would permit 0.05, I'm not quite sure.
But I guess the question is, we can have all the rules in the world we want. If they're not being enforced, there's not much point in there's really not much point in having them.
Yeah. Look, I declare an interest. I was 30 years in the Highway Patrol, so I certainly like to think I have some knowledge about it, and I imagine my colleagues would find quite a lot of difficulty having this additional burden put upon them. Speed measuring can be difficult. Look, on a road where you've got a vehicle coming towards you, that's how radars work. That's how the laser instrument work. You need to have something coming in front of you. Like if a bike's going that way across, I can't measure its speed. Obviously, helmets, we do need to encourage and do some more work on that. But education, I think, is going to be critical in this space.
And I guess also, how do you enforce something when there may or may not be an ID component to the user if we're not going to a licensing scheme?
Yeah, well, but I suppose in some ways it's probably no different than street offences as they are now. Not every offence you don't necessarily have the power to demand identification from a person for some street offences. So,
and I guess just in terms of the concepts around the tampering or protecting these devices from tampering, do you have any idea of what sort of consequences there should be for those that do tamper with the device, and whether there should be a higher level of punishment or consequence for those that, I guess, do it for a profit? So, people that set up little side hustles in I guess, deprogramming these things to go faster than they should.
whether it should be a circumstance of aggravation, that's certainly something worth considering. And I know that Centre for Road Safety did look very closely at tampering of some popular devices, popular e-scooters, and I think they said 2 minutes to tamper with a couple of them, and the other took 10 minutes. So it's certainly a critical issue, and I did talk in our submission about a person in the ACT that was detected travelling at 104 kilometres an hour, and it was actually engaged in a police pursuit. That type of behaviour really does little to help public confidence in this issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition? Ms Lord.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your submissions and for putting the time that you have into assisting us in this inquiry, and also to you, Professor, online. I guess my questions are somewhat similar in terms of enforcement. Can I ask, and thank you for the very helpful table comparison of e-scooter regulations around the country, which was also very helpful. Are you able to assist the committee with enforcement and how that works around other jurisdictions? Is it police? Is it council? Officers? Is it a combination? And your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think first of all to point out that for the private e-scooters, they're actually quite a game changer in terms of enforcement, because they're actually the only type of vehicle where the technology can enforce the rules, thus taking away the need for the police to enforce the rules. So, for example, with a private e-scooter, if the councils put the right requirements into the tender process, can be required to actually, not be able to go above a certain speed limit, and not to be able to, and to have different speed limits in different areas and so on. So I think that that's really important, and we don't have that option with cars, for example. So I think the private e-scooters, with the exception of helmet wearing, can be pretty much electronically enforce the regulations.
Sorry to be, this is not my area of expertise, so sorry to split hairs, but just to be clear, when you say private, do you mean the shared hire e-scooters that can be...
Sorry, my apologies, I used the wrong word. I meant the shared one.
My as opposed to the ones I can buy my kids on Amazon for Christmas, which don't have those.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. So there is the technology on those shared hire scooters and bikes to be able to limit where they go, or scooters at least, and potentially continue charging people or charge them a fee if they don't dock the helmet back with it. But I guess in terms of the private e-scooters, the Minister has come out and announced that she's proposing to legalise them and let them be out there, but we're hoping to provide some information that might assist to provide clarification on those. So with those private e-scooters, how would you see enforcement of those working? Is it police? Is it council? Is it technology being mandated on them? Or is it licensing and a fine to mum and dad if there's a licence plate on the back of the bike or scooter, so that a fine can be sent in?
I think enforcement is difficult, and it's probably the last resort. And so we need, first of all, to stop private e-scooters coming into the country that don't comply to the regulations. Can I just check whether you're hearing me?
Yes, we are, absolutely. Yep.
It's frozen on my screen, that's why I was asking. So I think first of all, with the private e-scooters, we need to minimise the enforcement problem by checking what comes into the country. And then our experience in Queensland is that enforcement of the private e-scooters is largely done by the police. And the most common offence detected by the police is actually the non-use of helmets. But we've also got the speeding rules, depending on how many kilometres per hour over the limit they are. And yes, so there's quite a number of offences, infringements being issued, but still speeding is very common.
I think we heard earlier today, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there were only two fines issued in one of the e-scooter trials. So are you aware of extensive enforcement in other jurisdictions, or are we all sort of guessing?
Well, we have...
Or are people, so well behaved that they don't need fines for enforcement?
I do have some data from another supplied by the Queensland Police Service, and actually, no, it was actually supplied by TMR, sorry, that showed that there were about just over 4,000 offences related to e-scooters recorded in Queensland in 2023. So that's one number that I do have off the top of my head.
Thank you. I might go to you, Mr. Timms, and just given you, and thank you for your service in Highway Patrol previously. I think that brings huge credibility to what you're doing. Do police have, we've heard, they just don't have the time or resources, do they, to be doing this? They can't even be doing random breath testing.
Yeah, well, the discussion around the lack of random breath testing is concerning, especially at a time of a rising road toll. Look, I think the professor said enforcement should be a last resort, and I think if you're designing a system where the whole thing relies on enforcement, they probably need to go back to the drawing board on it, looking at engineering and looking at, and we didn't talk about these things in our submission because it's just would have been too long. Consumer law, stopping goods at the border from coming in that are tampering. Look, in a lot of ways, it's no different to vehicle modifications. There's always been people tampering with vehicles and try to increase performance out of vehicles. So this is no different. The unfortunate thing, though, it could very well be being done by people at a younger age. So it's certainly an issue. The Office of State Revenue does have data on penalty notices issued on a range of offences, including e-scooter and e-bike offences. So I would probably steer them in your direction to get official data from the official source. They're the source of truth.
We want people outside riding bikes and getting fresh air and getting off their screens and all those good things. But as you say, is it the last resort or is it about education? That's one of the things we've heard a bit about. Has that worked successfully in other jurisdictions? Is there the opportunity to perhaps provide younger people before they are drivers of vehicles how to drive well in a sort of incentivised system, a bit like a young boat licence? These are the rules, this is what you need to do, without overcomplicating it, but making it easier at the outset to get it right and helping them be successful in doing that.
Yeah, our e-mobility forum that we had a couple of months ago, we had a number of speakers, and one of them was Phil Devon. He was here yesterday, Mr. Devon from Northern Beaches, and he spoke about the experience in the Northern Beaches with the e-bikes. And because they were 16-year-olds coming in, they actually made them do the driver knowledge test online as part of their Ls. So that provided them with an opportunity to get some education, because they're at 16. This is the age that's being talked about. That's when they're being introduced to being road users. So if you can have something within that driver knowledge test, maybe that incorporates e-mobility devices. Anything that we can do also to remove the "I didn't know" excuse. The Minister in her media release talked about only 22% of e-scooter riders or members of the public knowing what the rules actually are. That really needs to be improved upon.
Were you consulted by the Minister or Transport for New South Wales before that announcement, or invited to provide some input?
Like Mr. Scrooby today, I attended the Road Safety Advisory Group meeting on September 11, which was interesting. I actually provided some feedback to them because the question came up at the meeting about how many private motor car trips are replaced by e-mobility trips. And thanks to Professor Horworth, who also presented at our forum, I was able to provide the Road Safety Advisory Council with some data. So actually quantifying the number of car trips being replaced wasn't something that they'd thought of.
Thank you. I'll just check if there's questions from government members.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I suppose, a threshold question about whether you're supportive of the initiative to legislate and regulate the e-scooters. Do you think this is the right direction to go?
Australasian College of Road Safety for some time. We've had I'll point to our policy position on climate change and the environment, which came out nationally a couple of years ago. In that policy position, we recognise that a modal shift is something that is needed. It is something to reduce the number of private car trips, particularly in regards to encouraging people to use public transport. But certainly, e-mobility is an important part of that mix. I know that people have talked about first and last mile, etc. I won't go over that, but I'll just stress what I said earlier. It's about the mix of the transport and making sure that the types of road users aren't in conflict with one another.
And Professor Horwath?
Look, I think that we're too late to ban e-scooters. I mean, even in New South Wales, as you would have heard, that, you know, there are huge numbers of private e-scooters, and they're there whether they're legal or illegal. I think what we need to do now is to actually identify the areas in which they should be used, the speeds they should be used, and look at, you know, the infrastructure improvements that we might need. I think also to perhaps one of the things we need to do is to actually certainly educate people about rules, but educate them about the potential consequences of falling off an e-scooter. And so, and the fact that you often will go forward and hit your head if you hit an obstacle, and therefore the really important requirement for a helmet.
So can I ask Professor Horwath about, I think your submission deals with there being a sort of misalignment in terms of the risks to pedestrians and their perceptions of risk. Can you perhaps talk us through that idea?
Okay, so when we're talking about risk, we often talk about the difference between objective risks, that is the calculated risk, you know, how many times is a crash going to occur for however many people in that activity, versus the perceived risk, or how risky people think something is. And generally speaking, if there's a mismatch between those two, it's not ideal. And what we certainly do seem to have with pedestrians in terms of e-scooters, that the observations that we've done and the observations that have been done by other people around the world suggests that almost all e-scooter riders, and bicycle riders for that matter, actually travel more slowly where there are pedestrians. It's measured, not absolutely everybody, but almost everybody. And also that we've seen that even when e-scooters are within 1 or 5 metres of a pedestrian, we didn't actually observe many conflicts, only a rate of about 1%. So the actual objective risk, as much as we can classify it, is probably relatively low, but nevertheless, we can't have a situation where people are scared to walk, and particularly for older people. And we know that for older people, it doesn't take a lot other than falling down to have a broken hip, and a broken hip usually, unfortunately, predicts mortality within the next year. So I think we've got this difference between objectively how unsafe e-scooters are on footpaths and people's perception of it, and we really need to be working on both of those.
And is it fair to say that in terms of pedestrian risk, the greatest risk is actually cars, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely, and even if when you could go back to the idea of kinetic energy, now the kinetic energy of a car is enormous compared to that of an e-scooter. But the issue is that pedestrians don't expect cars on the footpath.
Mr. Timms, can I ask you about the safe systems approach? What do you think is the right mix in terms of sort of regulatory interventions here to kind of taking a safe systems approach to the regulatory steps that might be recommended by this committee?
Yeah, well, safe systems approaches traditionally looked at different pillars of road safety. We've looked at speed and regulating speed, and I've spoken today about having the right speed for the right road. Then it also looks at the road user, which could be a cyclist, it could be a pedestrian, making sure that person is as safe as they can. And with safe vehicles, we've spent quite a lot of effort in road safety over the last couple of decades, encouraging people to purchase 5-star ANCAP rated vehicles. So I suppose it's somewhat of a paradox now that we're talking about someone not using a 5-star rated vehicle, but instead using some sort of a scooter which can travel at high speed. So it's certainly something that I've thought about how we manage that. So it's a matter of getting all those things to line up, because once you alter one area, it can affect others. I'm not sure if that answered your question or not, Mr. Dadham.
Can I just move on to another issue? So you've talked about limiting speeds. I think in your submission you recommend that there be a 16-year age limit. We don't apply that limit to push bikes. In fact, push bikes can travel, like more than 20 kilometres an hour. So arguably, this argument around restricting, why do you think it's necessary to apply that kind of restriction to the category of who can use these types of devices?
Yeah, look, I think that seems to be the practice globally. I'm just looking at...
Yeah, that's correct. Professor Houth will be able to confirm, but yes, there's certainly research that shows that from that age onwards, that's why we let them learn how to drive a vehicle and so on. It's all part of that picture of that sort of developmental age as well. That's important. And I think we just have to think about the risks of younger kids on the roads, if not where they are entitled to be on footpaths to ride bikes up to age of 16.
Okay, I'll just go to Mr. Fang online, who has a question.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask very quickly about if there's a lack of licensing in relation to these devices. Are you aware of any research that may, indicate the instances of recidivism if somebody, say, is riding intoxicated and they fall off, they injure themselves, and they might be charged with drink driving in effect because they've been operating one of these vehicles on a road whilst under the influence of alcohol? Is it likely that they're just likely to get back on again because there's no licensing system where we can effectively ban them like we can on a car? Has any work been done in relation to that? Are you aware?
Not that I'm aware of. There's certainly been some work looking at the extent of alcohol use and the degree to which perhaps some of those people might have already lost their licence for driving and their car and then be using. But certainly, although there is a number of jurisdictions who are considering whether offences while on the e-scooter then count against the car licence.
And I guess that would indicate that a licensing regime would be something that we should be discussing at the very least, because if we're not capturing those offences on e-scooters, e-bikes, e-mobility devices, then it's a lot harder, I guess, to capture when somebody has drink driving offences and drink riding offences, so that we can actually target that behaviour with that person.
The approach that's been taken in the UK is a little bit different. They're actually requiring that you need a car licence in order to operate an e-scooter.
Right.
And therefore, people who'd lost their licence, their car licence, wouldn't be able to use an e-scooter. I haven't seen any evaluations of the effectiveness of that approach, but I'm just pointing out that that's an approach that's been taken in the e-scooter trials in the UK.
And would offences on an e-scooter, for example, speeding or drink riding or drink operating of the vehicle whilst under intoxication or drug offences, does that carry over then to the licence itself? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of that. I've heard things both ways, and I really would have to check up on that to see what the real situation is.
Interesting to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. That's the end of our time for your session. Thanks for your excellent evidence and submissions. It was all very interesting for us. If you've taken anything on notice, the committee will get back to you, as will they will if we have any supplementary questions for you as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will call our next witnesses.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
To go, we'll begin by getting you all sworn in. So if we could start with my left, Ms. Henderson, if you could state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Thank you. I'm Genevieve Henderson. I am the State President of the Australian Lawyers Alliance New South Wales branch, and I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Mr. Concannon?
Yes, my name is Mr. Tim Concannon. I'm Chair of the Injury Compensation Committee of the Law Society of New South Wales, and I'm happy to give an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much. Mr. Davidson.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Davidson. I am the Deputy Chair of the Injury Compensation Committee of the New South Wales Law Society, and I will take an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now there's provision for short opening statements. So Ms. Henderson, do you have something?
I do, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I would also like to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee for inviting the Australian Lawyers Alliance, the ALA, to appear at today's public hearing. I am Genevieve Henderson, the President of the ALA's New South Wales Branch Committee, and I acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which the public hearing is taking place today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. I pay my respects to elders past and present and to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples taking part in the public hearing. The ALA is a national association whose members are dedicated to protecting and promoting access to justice, human rights and equality before the law for all individuals, regardless of the position, wealth, gender, age, race or religious belief. The ALA is represented in every state and territory across Australia, and we estimate that our 1,500 members represent 200,000 people every year nationally. ALA members acknowledge that e-mobility devices, especially e-scooters and e-bikes, are popular among the residents of and visitors to New South Wales. Further, e-mobility devices like mobility scooters are essential for many people across New South Wales. The popularity and necessity of these devices underscore the importance of ensuring that these devices are being used in safe ways and that those utilising e-mobility devices will be able to access the services, support and compensation if they are injured or if they injure someone else while riding an e-mobility device. Regulations, registration requirements and insurance requirements in New South Wales have not kept up with the frequency of e-mobility device use. Case law is also not settled as to whether relevant motor vehicle accident legislation applies to e-mobility devices. No one, where an uninsured e-mobility device rider or an innocent accident victim, should be in a position of losing their home or their life savings after being involved in an accident with an e-mobility device. We've outlined in our submissions various reforms and updates, existing legislation, regulations, policy and contracts that are essential to ensure that the safety of everyone on roads and footpaths in New South Wales. I note the responsibility here for all three levels of government, and the ALA would welcome the opportunity to work with these urgent reforms with government as well as with departments like Transport for New South Wales and with agencies like the State Insurance Regulatory Authority. E-scooters can and do cause significant injury. There have been increases in e-scooter accidents in Australia over the last 12 months. E-mobility devices are heavy and can travel at speed, making risk to serious injury. I know that's why you're here talking about this important reform today. Many who use e-mobility devices are probably unaware that they put their own assets, including their home, on the line if they cause injury to someone else while using an e-mobility device. E-mobility device users need insurance to cover to avoid being sued personally. Similarly, those who are run down by e-mobility devices could suffer serious injury and be left to meet their own lost wages and medical bills. Thank you again for the opportunity for the ALA to appear before this public hearing, and I'm happy to answer questions from the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Law Society?
Yes, thank you for inviting the Law Society to give evidence at today's hearing. I'm representing the Law Society in my capacity as Chair of the Injury Compensation Committee. I'm joined by Lee Davidson, who is representing the Law Society as Deputy Chair of its Injury Compensation Committee. Complex policy issues arise in attempting to balance the need for a regulatory framework that ensures safe outcomes for riders and the community without impinging on the individual and community benefits that may accrue from the availability of e-scooters, e-bikes and related mobility options. Given that e-scooters or e-bikes may be mostly exempt from the compulsory third-party scheme, which applies to motor vehicles in New South Wales, we encourage the Portfolio Committee to recommend early and thorough consultation with stakeholders by Transport for New South Wales and or the State Insurance Regulatory Authority on how to achieve appropriate and proportionate regulatory settings to respond to serious accidents involving riders of an e-scooter or e-bike and or any injured third party. The task of arriving at the right policy settings will require the consideration of detailed consultation proposals informed by the technical expertise of Transport for New South Wales and other government stakeholders, coupled with data to understand the financial implications of any relevant insurance options. In our view, any consultation should canvass the appropriate standards for e-scooters, e-bikes that will be permitted for legal use in New South Wales, examination of the impacts of licensing and registration, both on riders of e-scooters, e-bikes and the scheme, and options beyond extension of the CTP scheme, which may provide alternatives for a person who sustains serious injuries caused by an e-scooter or e-bike where the rider is uninsured. Thank you for extending the opportunity to the Law Society to give evidence today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submissions and your evidence. I just wanted to get to the issue of e-mobility devices versus just ordinary bicycles, if you like, and the Australian Law Society. You have, the Australian Lawyers Alliance. You've suggested that the government mandate that private owners of any e-mobility device have insurance. And of course, I think that needs to be balanced up in some ways in terms of regulation around the barriers that that also places on people and the scale of which people have bought these devices so far. What's the difference in your mind between mandating e-mobility devices, private owners, and private owners of, for example, just bikes, push bikes, pedal bikes, cycles, bicycles, because surely that would suggest that it should be extended to all bicycles as well. What's the difference there in your mind?
I think the difference is to do with the potential harm from an e-scooter. So e-scooters are that much heavier, go that much faster, and are used and used by many people to do more frequent use. So people will use these things, the e-scooters and e-bicycles, in footpaths and more informally than bicycles. Your point is right, though. Bicycles also cause injury, and the Bicycle Association of New South Wales and others already have insurance, and I believe that they're giving evidence on what they have in place for the injuries caused by bicycles, and there are issues around that as well. The ALA supports that there are insurance in bicycles as well, but the difference is the difference in scale and potential injury. If I had to make a difference, and I think we do need to distinguish, because the problems with regulation are, of course, something that you're going to be looking into, and the difficulty with licensing and other things. But it's the scale and potential injury. That is what I would say, that this is something you need to look at. The injury that can be caused by a heavier, faster, is a difference of, it's a difference of scale.
Yeah,
which I think that is what you need to look at, and that's the reason.
I think this committee is grappling with, and no doubt will come up with recommendations around, speed, safety, and various issues as well in terms of the reasonably unregulated environment that we're in this state. I wanted to just explore. I have had some conversations with some people in the insurance industry about this actually, and the issue around the fact that if a vehicle isn't registered, no insurance necessarily in terms of CPT applies or comes with that. Has anything been considered or explored around say, for example, a couple of dollars out of each, broadly across the whole insurance, vehicle insurance spectrum could go additionally into the nominal defendant scheme, for example, to deal with everybody, every thing associated in terms of accidents with e-mobility devices, pedestrians who are hit. I mean, the issue is that there are so many devices. It's that whole thing of keeping up with it. You know, we talked about the kids getting this Christmas, you know, the bigger and better e-scooters and what have you, and we can't regulate ourselves ultimately out of it. And I think it's unrealistic to think that every single device is going to be insured or registered and insured. Has anything been contemplated, or what do you think of how a scheme could be devised or regulated to ensure that insurance does cover people more broadly without an individual having to be registered and take out that insurance? Just exploring that idea.
I think that is a very valid suggestion that you put forward, Madam Chair. Whether it would need to be costed, and I'm sure the Insurance Council and CTP insurers will have a view about whether this is a good idea or not. There are the ALA would certainly support exploring that as an option, because we are very keen to ensure that people injured in circumstances that we're describing do have access to some sort of cover, and that would be an option. Mr. Concannon might have a view on this.
Look, I agree theoretically it's a great idea. I think the problem you'll find with people from the insurance industry is the unfunded premium and where the premium dollar comes from in that scenario.
I think you're suggesting
it could even be a price on the sale of the sale on e-bikes and e-scooters, for example. Just, you know, spitballing, which is probably a dangerous idea as chair of a committee, but for example.
Yeah, no, look, absolutely. If $1 or $2 is going to do it, then that's certainly something that's worth looking at. But you'd have to also have an extension of the existing nominal defendant scheme to cover that, because they wouldn't be covered as matters stand.
That's right.
Require some legislative change to the...
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll throw to questions from Mr. Benaziet now.
Thanks, Chair. And obviously, you've already touched on it, that we, as a committee, need to grapple with how we regulate these these devices in their varied nature. Do you think we are better when we're looking at how we define what is an acceptable device? Are we better looking at the standards and their capabilities? And if so, do you think it should be done at a state level, or this should be something that would be better handled at a federal level, where, let's be frank, a lot of these devices are coming from overseas, and it's probably perhaps better placed at a federal level in terms of, I guess, enforcing the products that can come across into our country?
Well,
I think at a federal level you've got the opportunity to be able to impose import restrictions on certain devices, particularly if they're low grade, like lithium-ion batteries, for example, that are coming in, which seems to be a large part of the problem with the scooters catching fire and things like that. So it's not necessarily the manufacturer; it might be the standalone, replacement lithium-ion batteries. So those import restrictions could solve a lot of the problems around, the product liability issues. Separate to that, at a state level, you could then, I suppose, restrict or allow, have some design rules around what's actually suitable for New South Wales roads, around speed, weight, that kind of thing. So it's probably an opportunity to work hand in hand, to be fair, if you can't achieve both at a state level.
Yeah, I think it's also possible that if you manage to coordinate the various state schemes, you might really have more of a role for the federal government, as you suggest in that scenario, than the state government, because you've really only got one set of regulations potentially through the import and export scenario that would be potentially necessary. But at the moment, you've got very disparate schemes dealing with e-bikes and e-scooters.
Just how important is that we get those definitions right before we start looking at insurance products?
From the ALA's point of view, you look at insurance products immediately. There is an immediate need because people are being injured right now.
Okay.
Insurance will have the standards will follow or will have to be looked at as well. And even if you do have standards, they're not going to be always followed. And we have many sets of rules that are not followed now. E-bikes are not allowed on public roads and public spaces now, but they are being used right now. So it's very good that this committee is looking at these issues and trying to get in front of it. But from the ALA's point of view, it's the consequences of the use of these things that is primary. Everything else needs to be considered along at the same time. And it really is the New South Wales government, now that you've started this inquiry's role to get in front of it from a New South Wales point of view. But I agree with my colleagues, the federal government also has a role in this. And the way to get this across Australia would be from a hand-in-hand approach with federal and state governments and territories.
I might just add to that as well that it'll depend on whether you're looking at each from a policy point of view as opposed to a legislative point of view. So insurers, obviously at a policy point, will have the ability to rule out certain things for certain risks that they don't want to cover. Whereas if it's governed by legislation, largely the Parliament will determine what is in, what is out. So,
well, I guess that's to my point, like, and to pick up what you're saying, that we have to have insurance products now for what's already out there.
Yes.
I guess, how quickly can insurance companies mobilise to actually get these products out there that obviously fit and proper for what they're insuring, which is potentially a bit of a moving feast at the moment?
It will always be a moving feast for insurance companies. They can move very quickly on occasions and on other occasions seem to be very, very slow. We have some examples of the CTP scheme, which we won't go back historically, where they made predictions about what things would cost and were historically incorrect, and every single made incorrect predictions surprisingly in their favour, but did make incorrect predictions. So insurance companies, they will have difficulty. They will need data, of course, but they always will.
Yeah, and I just we need to obviously draw a line between the private models versus these e-shared models, and we've heard from the proprietors of these e-shared models that they have some level of insurance cover. It's unclear as to what that is and what that covers. Are you aware of?
I think you'd have to deep dive into what that involves, because my understanding, at least of the ones with Bicycles New South Wales, is that their insurance coverage is somewhat limited and capped at a quite a low level, and doesn't necessarily cover injuries to third parties, as I understand.
I'm more interested in just the Limes and the Hello Rides of the world, that they're saying that they're actually have some level of insurance cover, but it's unclear. And given that personal injury commission case where they said e-bikes aren't classed as a motor vehicle, so therefore it can't be CTP. So, and is it public liability? And obviously public liability has its limitations as well.
I think the question would be whether they're actually covering the injured cyclist or whether they're only covering the third party that's been injured in the accident. They're generally private policies, so unless you're involved with the organisation, you probably haven't got a line of sight of it.
Yeah, but it would be your association's view that we really do need both. We do need that, I guess, third-party property damage and also personal injury.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The downside to it is, though, is that if you bring it under any scheme, it obviously adds to the cost. And we saw that through the CTP scheme, where drastic changes in benefits had to be slashed in order to afford a first-party model. And so if you're looking at first party and third party coverage, it obviously then comes down to a question of, well, how much is that policy going to cost? How is it coming under your statutory scheme? Is it a private scheme? Is it mandated? Is it not? So is it then making things prohibitive to actually using e-scooters, e-bikes because of the insurance coverage? Because you don't want to detract from this being a valid mode of transport, but at the same time you've got to weigh up, the cost of the public. So
That's what I was going to say. As legislators, we have to weigh up the cost. If we don't have adequate insurance, then the state bears the cost. Then ultimately, the consumers will bear the cost in terms of rising health insurance to cover for this stuff.
Yeah. The other complicating factor you've got here is the age of the riders and the extent to which they can be held liable. Some of them I've seen on our local streets would be no more than 11 or 12 years old.
What is the status there? So who is liable if a 12-year-old, causes injury to pedestrian riding an e-bike under current law?
I thought that's a real difficulty in terms of the age of responsibility at that point, at 11 or 12 years old.
I think a claimant lawyer would be looking at the parent. We'd be searching for other people that might be responsible. If you can't blame the child, if my child was catastrophically injured by another child on an e-scooter and I was looking for compensation, I'd be looking at the child. But you're right, the age is very relevant. How much responsibility can you attach to a child? The next step would be to look at the parent.
Is that where the 16 figure, we were talking about setting a limit on users being 16 or above, is that one of the reasons why that might be useful?
I don't know why the road rules have chosen 16.
No,
as a benchmark.
considering bikes, as we said, anybody of any age can ride a bike.
Yes.
No.
So any age can ride a bike.
I just jumped in.
No, that's okay.
We all jumped in.
We've all jumped in. We're all having conversation. Did you want to keep going?
Well, I did. I'm assuming from the contributions thus far that on the threshold issue of legalising e-scooters and putting in place a regulatory regime, everyone's in favour of that step being taken by government. Yeah. Do you agree the horse is bolted in terms of complete prohibition?
I don't think we're for prohibition.
I don't think we'd be supporting that.
So,
no, I think the horse has bolted, I think, on that.
It's about finding the appropriate balance.
Okay. So I wanted to ask
prohibition
about...
has been tried and failed in other jurisdictions too.
What role you think education should play as opposed to, we've talked about the enforcement difficulties, where do you think the balance should be in terms of a reliance on education as a...
I know in my local council, Northern Beaches, there's been I think their submission refers to the code that they've developed there, dealing with operation of e-bikes, which is simple, targeted at the local schools, and it's quite well publicised. I think something along those lines, particularly if you're targeting that age group, is vital. We found in the early days of the new CTP scheme in 2017 that there was a real lack of public education. We thought in the eyes of the legal profession about public awareness of how the scheme was operating, and I just think that if public education could be real ground down into that school scenario, it would be a great start to improving the situation, and that code of conduct certainly I think something worth looking at.
Strongly support what Mr Concannon says. The level of ignorance right now on the road rules around bicycle use is enormous. Bicycle riders should dismount when they're passing a pedestrian. Bicycle riders should, on shared paths, give way to pedestrians. Did you know that?
Yes.
Do bicycle riders know that? Is that what's happening? No. And that's lack of awareness. And you can imagine how much more important it'll be when it's an e-scooter with the weight and speed that we're talking about. So Mr Concannon is absolutely right. Start at the schools. Councils should also be very, very aware of what's being proposed and what regulations are. They need to publicise it and put it in places where these rules apply. in the spaces where families are walking along with babies and prams, and these very fast moving vehicles are coming past, should be actually up and front and centre of what the regulations are, because regulations that nobody knows about is not effective regulation.
There was a suggestion yesterday around a model akin to the sort of junior boat licence that would be at a nominal fee but enable that direct educational engagement to occur before someone, got in control of a vehicle. Do you have any views on that?
I think these all should be explored. Anything that encourages compliance is a good idea, and I've heard my friend, I think the ALA would support anything that's
I think
helps.
I'm not sure I can necessarily say this as the representative of the Law Society, but some form of compulsory training I would have thought a great step as well, particularly when you're dealing with the younger age groups that you're dealing with here.
And you could leverage, some of the existing organisations, the cycling organisations that are adopting this kind of thing. They, I would imagine, put up their hand to be part of that. I think part of the problem we've got at the moment is that e-bikes and e-scooters they're essentially a new mode of transport, but it's technological change that prior generations have got no experience with unless they've actually gone and used one themselves later in life. So giving these to a child as a gift, the parents aren't necessarily aware a lot of the time the weapon that they can be used as when they're in the wrong hands. So it's a fine balancing act between making sure that there is training, but also not restricting the appropriate use. So
and access.
It is certainly it's a challenge. But like I said, I think you would find that some of the bicycle organisations would put up their hand to be part of this if you did want to go down the training path.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition now. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your attendance today and preparing the submissions that you've made, and for your work in this field. It's very useful. Can I just pick up on one of those last points? I'm a mum. Christmas is coming. Looking for a decent Christmas present. Go on Amazon. I can pick up a fat bike, depending on what my budget is for the kids. There's no sort of warning that comes up or understanding or information about what I have to or my kids have to be complying with. Doesn't say you've got to comply with these regulations. There's no standard. There's nothing to warn me. So parking consumer law, getting your personal injury focus. But is it the case that regulation would, in a sense, provide that clarity, given there's it seems an entire gap around knowledge, education, understanding, enforcement, and obviously insurance? Is the starting point regulation? And if so, do you think that should, at the same time, lock in with insurance? I think the answer is obviously yes, but how do you see that working and the time frame for that happening? Given Christmas is coming, I can buy one now and potentially injuries by the end of this year.
I'm a mother too. I wouldn't buy one for my child.
They're very expensive too.
They're very expensive, but the risk of injury is enormous. And the risk of causing injury is enormous, and probably even greater than causing injury to yourself.
That's highly likely in my case. But I guess what I'm getting to is we want our kids out riding bikes. We want them outside. We want them off screen. So we all agree that there's been huge uptake. And I also am on the northern beaches. I've seen 3 girls, no helmet, having a wow of a time on an e-bike, flying along on the footpath, off the footpath. Glad they're outside, but danger to them and to others. Is there, or we've heard from others about the potential for licensing in the sense that the bike itself could have a licence plate which could allow identification, at least then mum and dad would get a $350 fine, and I reckon the behaviour would change pretty quickly. Do you think that's an opportunity that could be availed, or alternatively the sort of licensing of the rider themselves, such as a younger boat licence type, early driver education, early driver sort of arrangement?
I think the problem there is balancing over-regulation with promoting access to the obvious health and other benefits of use of e-bikes in terms of the environment, let's say. I think we don't want to over-regulate, but at the same time we want to protect the legal interests of those of those both injured by the bikes and also travelling on the bikes. So I don't think necessarily we'd be promoting the use of a licensing system, but some sort of form of compulsory insurance system that probably involves the parent in the process is something that I think the Law Society would.
So how does the compulsory insurance fit in then? Is it licensing the bike itself or through registration?
That's how
of the bike?
Compulsory third-party insurance works with the vehicles. It attaches to the vehicle, not to the person.
That's right.
So it would have to work in that sort of way.
And just to be clear, you'd be supportive of that, or you think that would be over-regulating, or it's...
Look, we probably should take that formally on notice,
Sure.
The response to that question, if you want a Law Society position on it.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I mean, we're all kind of trying to come up with ideas and look at the challenges here and balance, getting the balance right. But equally, what we've heard reasonably consistently is there is sort of a gap.
Our committee's got a balance on either side of that ledger. I think it'd be fair to say different views have been expressed about, which is the best way to go and where the balance should lie. So
Could I invite you perhaps to also on notice give a view on the other jurisdictions? We've had some comparisons from road safety experts about what legislation might be or what schemes might be working and what the comparative analysis might be between them. If you have capacity to do that on notice.
Sure.
Just a short, sharp table might be helpful.
Yeah, no, we can look at that for you. Thank
The
you.
ALA will do that also. We'll take that question on notice as well. We only act for the injured person, so we will have a more robust version of.
I'm familiar with your excellent work. Thank you very much.
If I might just add with regards to your Christmas question, there are some guidelines in regards to the e-bikes on, I think it's Transport for New South Wales website.
Yeah, it's pretty thin.
But you've got to have a pretty good understanding of the capacity of the bike in order to break it down. So.
Yeah. High vis don't go over 25 k's.
You might be overemphasising.
And sorry, just the practicality of that. I'm sorry to cut you off, but if I'm buying an e-bike as a mum, I'm not then looking up the Transport for New South website.
No, I know, I appreciate that.
There's no link there. It's not.
So actually bringing that into the point of sale would be.
That's right.
Probably an easy solution if you wanted to encourage the Amazons or the eBays of the world. I don't know whether you have that kind of power. But
pop up as you're buying. Great idea. That's where I was heading. Thank you. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
So it's probably a frivolous point, but the exercise value of an e-bike is very much less than the exercise value of a normal bike. Yeah. So as a parent, I would also be encouraging you to use pedal power. This is not a good option to get your child outside. That would be my argument for my child.
Excellent. Thank you. Good advice.
Can I just clarify, just in terms of your CTP proposal, you're not proposing to extend that to push bikes, just to e-bikes, is that right? Or is it your contention that all bikes, e-bikes, normal push bikes, should be covered by some type of CTP scheme?
Sorry, by CTP, if you mean something akin to what we've got at motor accident insurance.
Not that scheme, but some type of scheme that would cover the potential for injury.
Yes, both from a first party and a third party perspective.
Right.
That's the same with the Australian Lawyers Alliance. We're not suggesting they should be incorporated within the CTP scheme necessarily, although that could be an option that you would like to explore, but we're not proposing that as long as some form of insurance.
But you're not saying exclusively for e-bikes, you're saying also for normal push bikes as well?
Our submissions are directed to e-bikes at the moment, but you may wish to explore other options as well.
Do you have any thoughts around the regulatory framework when it sits with councils versus state? So we've had yesterday morning, we heard from councils around the fact that a lot of the policies and regulations and basically the governance framework really of what there was in terms of shared bike was sat with local councils. There was no state regulatory framework. The same could be said in some ways with e-scooters. So these shared schemes are kind of all managed. Guidelines are produced, different guidelines for different councils. It does seem to make sense for there to be a statewide regulatory framework rather than all of these schemes managed differently in different councils, and then some councils actually having the ability to kind of ban the use and whatever. Have you got views on that in terms of recommendations to the government about that?
So my colleagues will correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think it sits mostly with council at the moment because they own the property over which these products are being used. That's why they have the power to regulate the use of, because they own the property. As far as the state government is concerned, your regulation comes through the road rules and the criminal law, and that's the source of your regulatory power. So that's the difference at the moment. That's why it sits with the councils at the moment. You will need to use the road rules and the criminal law to regulate the use of these products. But can be
and so what you mean in terms of like the e-bike shared scheme is because that's on the footpath, they have to...
That's correct. Whoever owns the property, so it's the owner of the space, which is why the councils are so important. And to come over the top of that, your tools are, and I will be corrected by my colleagues if I'm getting this wrong, is the road rules and the...
I think, are you referring to e-scooters or e-bikes? Because they're two different
referring to both in a sense because this inquiry is looking at both. Yeah. So we've heard concerns obviously in terms of the shared e-bike schemes that once people get out of a certain local council boundary, there are potentially different rules that apply. And similarly, if we roll out e-scooters at any greater way than is currently the case. So yes, there's that situation, I think, which is frustrating for consumers particularly. What was also mentioned yesterday were changes to the road rules in terms of the way in which road users are defined in our road rules, which really haven't kept pace, obviously, with the changing nature of people on the roads. Do you have anything to say in relation to that?
I don't have any knowledge on that, and I'd have to take that on notice if you needed me to look at it. Certainly can make some investigations on that issue, but I can't answer that right now.
Okay, I might actually put something in to you as a supplementary question.
I think just overall, I think you do end up with a large amount of inconsistency when you're having different schemes across different councils across the whole of the state. So if you're looking at this, consistency would be key if you want adherence to the law. So
I'm pleased to see there is, if you refer to the government's submission, an interagency group that's been formed since May 2024 at least, because the other problem is you might fall between two government agencies, and we've seen that in the CTP space recently. With public transport accidents, with let's say Syrah and government and Transport New South Wales. So I think it's important that the government bodies themselves, firstly, meet regularly and are proactive and recognise the urgency of this. Yeah. Of the risks that arise here, because the risks are only getting larger by the day.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Westphang has a question online.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. I'm trying to find somewhere some stakeholders which were consulted by the Minister before her announcement on Monday that this was going to be rolled out across New South Wales. Were either of your organisations consulted prior to the Minister making the announcement? And if so, you were able to provide some guidance as to what that consultation was?
This is the announcement about e-scooters?
Yes.
Yes. No, not to my knowledge. No.
And not to my knowledge. If I'm incorrect in that, I will bring that to your attention, but not to my knowledge.
Thank you. And so, while Minister Joe Halen might not have consulted with you, what about the Roads Minister, the Premier, the Premier's Department? Did anyone consult with you?
Again, not to my knowledge, but if I'm incorrect, I will correct my evidence.
The same with the Law Society.
Okay, and I'm going to throw it out there. Did the Transport for New South Wales perhaps consult with you about this announcement from the Minister that we were going to do this, or is the Law Society and ALA another two set of stakeholders that were not consulted by the Minister before her announcement?
Again, not to my knowledge, although I think there was some time in the past this topic was raised, years ago, I can't say when, but not in context of the current announcement. But I will correct my evidence if I am incorrect on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. The Law Societies hasn't been consulted to my knowledge.
My last question here is before the announcement, would you have appreciated the opportunity to provide some feedback to the Minister before she made the announcement?
The ALA always is happy to provide feedback and to assist in these things, yes.
Yes, the Law Society would agree that would have been a good idea.
I'll make sure to pass on to the Minister that...
She'll take your call.
Yeah. So,
thank you. Is that I think you've exhausted that line of questioning anyway, to be frank.
And one day, Chair, I will find somebody that
Flogging,
was
Thanks,
Mr.
Mr. Van. I started yesterday. It's good to see he's continued it. Thank you. All right. Any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you. That's the end of our time anyway. So thank you so much for your evidence, for your very valued opinions. I think the Secretariat will be in touch if you've agreed to take anything on notice, and I do think members will have supplementary questions for you on this issue. We'd be most grateful for you to answer. Thank you. Thanks so much. The committee will now break for afternoon tea, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. e-bikes. Okay, welcome back. We'll begin our next session by getting our next witnesses sworn in. So if we start from my left, Dr. Finney, if you could please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
My name's Dr. Megan Finney and I am an IPWA New South Wales and ACT Board Director. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Elliott, welcome back to this place. If you could do the same.
Thank you. David Elliott, the Chief Executive of the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia here in New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you very much, and I no doubt this experience will be slightly less, adversarial potentially some of the others you've been through. So I'm sure you're feeling reasonably comfortable. Now,
hi, Anthony.
There is provision to make a short opening statement. Who'll be giving that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you,
Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence on this matter. The Institute of Public Works Engineering New South Wales has been around for over 100 years. We represent the engineers in a professional capacity. We're not a union of employers like other industry associations. We represent them in a role that offers their professional development courses. We advocate for engineering in the public space. The majority of our members are actually public sector engineers, although there is an increasing number of them who come from the private sector, Dr. Finney being one of them. But the vast majority of them, if not all of them, have worked in both private and public sector. Our submission, which the Chair has, really just revolves around the demands on infrastructure. We acknowledge that with 450,000 e-bikes and e-scooters that are in the country at the moment, we're not going to be putting the genie back in the bottle. These devices are here to stay, and much like the case studies that you'll draw on with the internet, with drones, with Uber. And all of the other disruptive economic models that have come with the use of engineering and technology, we believe that the government needs to make sure that this is regulated, lest it becomes a bigger problem down the road, and lest it becomes an issue which we cannot draw upon to regulate. Already, the police have made it very clear that even though that they see clearly breaches on the road every day, they certainly don't infringe anybody unless they're doing something very, very silly. You'll see in my submission that I've drawn upon the example of New York City. The former mayor there had announced last year a suite of reforms and regulations to ensure that this has been regulated, and of course outside of Melbourne the Victoria government have already got a policy for 2025 and going forward. As I said, Madam Chair, we're not here to advocate the moral benefits, the rights, the wrongs of whether or not e-bikes or e-scooters should be here. The fact is they are here, nearly 500,000 of them are here. We want to make sure that government knows that when they are putting the parameters around regulation and legislation, that those parameters include a strong commitment to safety, but also a strong commitment to investing in providing the necessary roadways. That may include, Madam Chair, a redefinition of shared zones, which are clearly becoming a problem across high density CBDs. But we also want to make sure that that there is a punitive approach to allowing councils and the state government to fine people that are doing the wrong thing. At the end of the day, if you have a look at those submissions, I've read many of them, with the exception of I think one, all of them, even those that don't like e-bikes, all of them call for some sort of mandatory regulation and or legislation, and I think that's where committee has to go. I mean, for historians, we didn't have runways until planes were invented. We didn't have bitumen road until motor vehicles were invented, and this is just another step in the journey that the evolution of transport offers up.
Thank you. I'll throw to questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you. Great to see you back here in this place, and thank you, Dr. Finney, for coming along today. It's fantastic, and thank you for your submission to the committee. It's very helpful. So can I just pick up on your points about the historic points and perhaps get to whether the cart's before the horse in this case. There's clearly been a big uptake in these e-bikes, e-scooters, and the opportunity to buy more before Christmas if you hop on Amazon. But given the Minister has already announced these will be legalised, and before this committee's even heard from people such as yourself and other stakeholders, do you think it's a bit preemptive, or do you think there should be education, consultation, regulation and sounding about these before that comes about, or do you think it's raring to go, ready to go, and let's legalise it tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I've got no evidence that they're mutually... I would have thought that we need to make sure that we get the regulation right before they're legalised, and that's certainly no criticism of the Minister. I mean, I've had some informal discussions with her and other ministers about the need to embrace technology, whether it be e-scooters or artificial intelligence. But I think that this has been a long time coming for local government and for the infrastructure portfolio more broadly, because all of those complaints that we've seen in the lead up to this inquiry, particularly over the last 7 days, have revolved around what is defined as a shared space. It's all about whether or not somebody's going to get, an old lady's going to get knocked over on a footpath. So I think maybe this committee or the government would need to be able to say, right, the laws will be changing, this is the timetable for them changing, but committing also to the investment into infrastructure. Dr. Finney, did you want to say anything else on that?
Look, I just probably want to reinforce around the infrastructure needs and around keeping all road users safe, and that includes, pedestrians on the footpaths and the cyclists and the shared paths or on the roads, and also the roads. And it's around making sure we understand where the gaps are in the network and to fill those gaps before, I guess, they will come through.
Rearing around the corner.
Yeah.
I'm not against them. It's great to get kids off screens and get them outside and exercising, but we have heard and we've seen examples of 3 kids on a bike, woohoo, going really fast, no helmets, having a great time on the footpath, off the footpath. So in terms of regulation, what do you see that should look like in terms of how you have the regulation in place and how that who that applies to in terms of age? You've sort of said that age limit should be applied and that there should be rigorous regulations in relation to ensuring safety. So can you just talk us through what your thoughts are on that? And in particular, I'm interested in the sort of online safety test.
Yeah. So most of those comments in our submission were on the back of the New York reforms, and which, again, I would commend the committee to look at if you haven't already. We're not really in a position to dictate to committee or to government on what regulations and legislation should be. Our commitment is to make sure that the infrastructure is there. But if you're asking me what regulations and legislation should dictate or how it should influence the provision and the operation of that infrastructure, well, yes, I've got some strong opinions, and one of them would be, of course, that if you're going to be giving somebody that sort of responsibility, well, then they have to be mature at some level, and that would insinuate that an age limit would be required. There are obviously public liability issues, which you're probably more across than I am, and that would require some sort of fee to be paid so that there is a bag of money for any liability to be drawn from. We want to make sure that any legislation or regulation excludes footpaths from as a road-related area. Footpaths cannot be included in the offerings for somebody riding an e-bike or an e-scooter. Beyond that, I think we also need to make sure that people are aware that if they are going to be in shared space where we do have e-bikes and e-scooters used, if you are going to deliberately put yourself into a shared zone, which again I think needs to be redefined, then there is a possibility that you're going to be coming up against an electronic scooter or electronic bike. Finally, my only point before I offer the talking stick to Dr. Finney, I mean, I think also we need to make sure that speed is a consideration in any legislation. I note there's somebody in one of the submissions said, oh, they go up to 80 kilometres an hour. They don't go up to 80 kilometres an hour. But the problem is that when some of them have been capped, like their speed limit is capped, they can actually be tampered with. And that's where the lithium batteries blow up, because they've been tampered with. So our submission would be, from a safety point of view, not that local government is the first responder to a fire, but they can certainly influence the operations of local government. But we want to make sure that this is why the regulation is important, because there are so many variables out there at the moment that an unregulated situation allows for. So we would want to see that the regulations or the legislation determines or dictates or certainly advises people what liability, personal liability they have, personal responsibilities they might have if they find themselves in a shared zone.
Look, I think just to echo most of David's points, from my perspective, I can't answer on an age limit or things, but I do believe there needs to be some level of enforcement. It is a vehicle. And it's around making sure that the road is there to be used by the users, the road corridor, I should say, and also the active transport networks. So the regulations need to be applied so they can have the right use of those transport modes as well as the transport network.
Can I just follow on from that then? And we've heard from most of the stakeholders different views on this, but in terms of that enforcement, who is best placed, in your view, to do that? Councils have a role to play with some of the infrastructure. Police obviously deal with the roads, but are stretched, can't even get to RBTs at the moment, and another layer of complexity for them. Do you have a view on how that could be worked through as well?
Well, I mean, I think probably most local councils would tell you they don't want to have responsibility for enforcement, but in practice at the moment they have responsibility for enforcing things like parking restrictions and the like. I think councils' rangers can also fine somebody for for using vehicles or using toys or games or remote controls in parks and beaches. So it's probably, again, if the committee deliberated to the point that councils should be a law enforcement agency in this regard, they would probably need the resources to back that up. And again, that comes down to what revenues you raise from regulation. Now, if there are 450,000 of them out there now, and a throwaway figure I got was $100 per year per e-bike or e-scooter, well, that's what, $45 million that would be available to address these issues, but to enforce these matters. But I think you'd probably find that council their initial response would be not to be responsibility for enforcement, but the reality is they probably will need to be in some way.
And then just the infrastructure that you talk about with the path not being part of the pathways for pedestrians, but being part of the infrastructure on the roadways and shared cycleways, what we're calling them, cycleways. Who should be responsible for paying for that? Is it councils? Is it state government? Where do you see that sort of sitting as well in terms of your, and obviously a big task, but a good start needs to be made given these are coming. Where do you see that sitting?
Look, I think, the responsibility would most likely within the local government sector if it falls on a local government road. As you're probably all well aware, the local government, local councils don't have the funding for brand new infrastructure across their whole networks. It's just not a reality, not with the maintenance backlog that we already see on the roads and in other areas of their remit. So there would need to be a call for funding from other levels of government to help support them in delivering safe infrastructure for the network and for their communities.
They're busy filling potholes still on the roads.
Well, the thing to consider, of course, is that this is a different type of road.
Yeah.
And it's a different type of road aggregate that's used to build it, and the damage and wear and tear on a bicycle way or a footpath is a lot less than what it is on a road.
Yeah. So
you wouldn't have the recurrent costs that you do on roads.
Yeah.
So I don't think that you'd find that there'd be many councils that are in a position to absorb whatever extra costs, and they might vary from council to council as well.
Thank you. I'll just go to questions by Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Elliott, it's great to see you back, and it's like you've never left. I just wanted to ask one simple question. Were you aware that the Minister was going to make the announcement on Monday?
Well, I was, but only a couple of days beforehand. Yeah, because I was aware that there were some journalists looking into this committee's deliberations on the back of some of the submissions that were put in. Now, do I expect the Minister to tip me off every time she's going to make an announcement? No, I don't expect her to do that. But I accept the fact that this has been front of mind for government, and it's been front of mind for us as well.
So given that you're aware of it being announced, but it sounds to me as if that was the case only from media, requests via your submission.
Yeah.
Did the Minister seek your input or consultation, in relation to the announcement?
No, not on this matter, no.
So you were about to shock me as the first stakeholder that was actually consulted by the Minister prior to the announcement, but it's only sort of, through a third party being the media that you're aware. You weren't aware from the Minister. So in that circumstance, again, none of the major stakeholders have had any input into this Minister's announcement. It's just been a back of the napkin exercise that was announced in the paper without any policy work being done behind it, it would appear. So there's been no policy advice from you?
Whereas in my current role, I'm going to be very uncharacteristically cautious on answering that question, and I'm within hitting distance of Dr. Finney, so I'm not going to embarrass her, but I'll take your question as a political point.
Okay, thanks, Wes. I'm going to call that as your question's done and go to questions from the government.
I'll start by just saying, the Minister's announcement was about an intention to legislate, to put e-scooters on a legal footing and then to engage in regulation. That's the extent of the announcement. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, consultation that needs to occur, but broadly, you're supportive of that direction being taken by government.
Yeah, I made that point to the journalists that called me about it. Some of them agreed with the announcement. Obviously, one or two have not agreed with the intent that the Minister's shown. But can I say that this... I've had a number of conversations about this particular issue since I've been in this role on both sides of politics, and there seems to be general agreement that this needs to be regulated. But I think I'm certainly supportive of the need for regulation, and people need to realise that that's not endorsing the decision to have these legalised. It's accepting the fact that there are 450,000 of them out there. Now, when you marry that statistic up with another statistic being that 2 million trips every day are taken in cars for less than 2 kilometres. 2 million trips every day. Now, I would have thought that Madam Chair's party would be horrified at that figure, because I'm horrified of it, and I formerly served a party that didn't always agree with Madam Chair's party. But I cannot see how we can turn our back on embracing this potentially as a massive win for commuters. And that's why I'm enthusiastically providing. I enthusiastically provided a submission to this committee. Again, I don't want anybody to think that myself, Dr. Finney, or our institute or our members are saying that they should be banned or they shouldn't be banned. We're accepting the realities of a couple of statistics that have said that, and the lesson of history. The lesson of history being that you look at drones and Uber and the pain that we went through those things because we didn't grab the bull by the horns.
I'm going to just try and delve into the enforcement question. Maybe this is outside the kind of area of expertise that you're bringing to the committee, but I mean, if you've got speed or helmet requirements, or maybe it's size or capacity questions around a vehicle, that's going to be beyond a council ranger to be able to enforce. They're not going to be able to apprehend someone. They're not going to be able to confiscate a vehicle. I mean, is ultimately it has to be police that does the enforcement. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, if I can draw on my 2 careers ago as police minister, there's no other combat agency or any government department that could police or enforce this better than police. And I said, local government. I mean, it depends on what technology you use as well. I mean, there's discussions that these e-bikes and e-scooters could have some sort of tag on them, like you put in your luggage when you fly overseas, so that we could monitor how fast they're going and where they're going. So you could use technology to do the law enforcement for you, and if that information was given to a local council because the offence occurred in a council park or an offence occurred on a local government road, I don't think that it would be impossible or untoward for the council to issue that fine. But if you've got a dozen 14-year-old kids playing up and wanting to endanger the lives of pedestrians, or the amenity of a suburb or a shared zone, well then obviously that would require police. But I don't anticipate this being. I mean, it hasn't yet. Let's draw on history for the last couple of years when they've become quite, particularly since COVID, when they've become quite popular. We haven't had, gangs of Hell's Angels, riding around with Scooby-Doo t-shirts on. They're just not there.
Can I ask about the question around speed? I think we've had a range of submissions. We heard from the trauma experts this morning saying shared zones, maximum 10 kilometres.
Yeah.
I think it's 20 kilometres is proposed by some stakeholders for on roads or in designated bike lanes. Do you have a view about the speed aspects?
I might defer to Dr. Finney on that because she's worked in local government, but just always assume that when it comes to local government, they're very, very conservative when it comes to speed limits.
Look, I'm not aware of any speed limits on existing cycleways or shared paths, and I guess the problem that we could face in the future is how do you enforce a speed on an e-bike versus a regular bike? And perhaps maybe setting a precedence around that as well. That's really all I can answer on that one.
Thank you. Just go to, I think Mr. Banasiak has a question.
Yeah, just a couple. Just picking up on the question of enforcement. One of the fascinations we had when you were a police minister were the mini bikes, and we know the problems that caused in terms of police trying to wrangle the young people on these mini bikes and having to call off chases, etc. And noting your repeated comments of how many 400, 500,000 of these things we've already got out there. Is it practical that we would be able to retrofit 500,000 of these e-bikes or mobility devices with this technology that you speak of, which sounds promising, to actually do some of this enforcement for us?
Well, government can enforce anything, really. But I would have, if we're going to introduce a registration scheme, well, then I would have thought that Service New South Wales would say you're only going to be registered when you can prove that there is a chip in your vehicle.
Yep. And in terms of this mandatory safety test, is it your envisionment that someone would be, a rider would be pulled up and they would have to produce their Service New South Wales account to show that they've done the test, if they were questioned?
Again, that's not in our remit, but I could provide some gratuitous advice and suggest that whoever's riding it's going to have their mobile phone with them. And so one would assume that your mobile phones, your Service New South Wales app on your mobile phone could show that everything is in order.
Yeah.
My main concern, and I read one of the submissions from the Fire Association, and looking at the New York experience, of course, is that people will tamper with them, the batteries, and when you tamper with the battery, that's when it's likely to blow up or start a fire. That's the only concern. Now, local government doesn't necessarily have an opinion on that, other than the fact that no general manager of a council or a mayor or any community leader wants people put into danger, and so that's why that matter would be that's why it needs to be regulated.
Yeah, but there would be mechanisms within local council around local planning laws and development laws about how these devices should be stored in apartments, etc. That could cover some of that off. Isn't that right?
I'd have to take that on notice, Mark. Yeah. I mean, I think I don't see how local government would be in a position to do that.
Okay. Just probably finally, you've spoken a bit about having to redefine the shared space or shared zones. We obviously heard some different points of view about whether there should be shared spaces or not, or there should be a separation between pedestrians and people using these e-bikes and e-scooters. If we were to keep the shared spaces, how do you see that redefinition? Is it more improved signage and safety information, which some witnesses today talked about? Is it widening from an infrastructure point of view?
Yeah, there's a number of ways of doing it. Signage is important, and people need to know that they are in a shared space, because you're more situationally aware when you've been given that warning. But there's also the opportunity, and this is where, when I was consulting our stakeholders to put our submission in, the feedback I got a lot was when you're redefining a shared space, particularly bringing other forms of transport, whether it be pedestrians, e-bikes, or four-wheel drives, the surface of that road can be changed to assist. And so if you've got pedestrians there and you're also going to have vehicles going potentially 20 kilometres an hour, well, then you could put road humps in there. You could put the little those lights that are a lump there that will deliberately slow e-bikes and e-scooters down. That would require funding, obviously, but it would make a much safer shared space, shared zone.
If I can just add to that as well, so there would be opportunities of the marking with delineation, with raised pavement markers, which is what David was just talking about. There's also an education piece as well around it for the users.
And what level, just the last question, I think, what level of investment, I don't mean, really dollar figures, but there really does need to be a step up, doesn't there, because of obviously the huge increase that you mentioned in terms of these e-mobility devices and the need to, in some ways, get them off footpaths as well. New South Wales, Sydney, we really don't have that cycling infrastructure. There needs to be a bit of a cultural shift, a shift in the level of investment on active transport infrastructure versus public transport infrastructure. Do you have comments about that from the Institute?
I'll start, and then Dr. Finney, because she is an engineer and I'm a mere arts graduate. But the reality is that there are lots of cycleways around New South Wales now. So if the committee advocated for legislation and regulation tomorrow and the minister introduced it, well, there's places where there could be overnight we could have e-cycles and e-bikes and cyclists in the same place legally. Consideration, and I'm pretty sure you've already been told this, but the consideration is we're going to limit the speed of the electronic vehicles, but there's no limit to the speed of the cycles. So be conscious of that. And I'd hate to see you in a position where you had to regulate the speed of push bikes just because you were regulating the speed of e-cycles. That would be nuts. But that's going to be there. So whatever design we come up with, which is going to be world's best practice shared zone, we need to consider the fact that there are going to be e-bikes at 20 kilometres an hour, cyclists up to 50 kilometres an hour, and pedestrians at, what do they walk at now, 4 or 5 kilometres an hour. Our appeal to the committee is to consider the fact that there would need to be fresh new investment, whether that's $1 million to Strathfield Council to make sure that they're fit for purpose, or whether it be $10 million to the entire northern beaches of Sydney so that they're fit for purpose. Who knows? I think you'd need to do an audit first, and we'd need Standards Australia to go out and tell us what the expected standard is, and then we would need to go to local government and to the state government, because there's plenty of lands owned by state government that are going to be in the situation that they have to change, amend or improve their roadways as well.
Yeah, just to add to that, the network would need to be looked at to find out where the gaps are, because you have on-road cycleways, you have off-road cycleways, you have shared paths, you have footpaths. So it'd be a matter of understanding where that is across the network, because you could have an active transport network which runs from one place to another, but it could be a mix of all of them. And you'd need to understand what you'd need to do to make that safe for all those users. And that's probably where the audit would come into.
Thank you. That's very useful and a good place for us to end because we're out of time. So thank you so much for your submission and for making yourselves available today. I think you agreed to take some things on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch with you about that, and if the members have any supplementary questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. We'll call our next witnesses. Go. So welcome to our last witnesses for today's hearing. We'll start by getting you both sworn in. We start with you, Mr. McLean. If you could state your name and position title and then either the oath or affirmation.
Mr. Lachlan McLean, Head of Business Development for Hello Ride. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wang.
Thank you. I'm Simon Wang. I'm the Head of Global Expansion of Hello Ride. So I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Now, do either or both of you have a short opening statement? Okay, Mr. McLean.
Opening statement addressing a few things.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Today, I'd like to discuss not only the current state of micromobility, but also the opportunity we have to shape a forward-looking framework for New South Wales. We are not just designing this framework for today, we're laying the foundation for the future. The micromobility industry continues to evolve with new innovations, advancements in technology, and enhanced safety measures. This gives us a unique chance to create a regulatory environment that is adaptable, collaborative, and future-focused. This framework must be holistic, addressing key elements such as safety, infrastructure, emerging technologies, and of course, parking. It should enable seamless first and last mile transport connections for riders while setting a stage for future growth and improvements. As the industry has evolved, operators have reached a similar baseline in technology for safety, parking, and footpath riding. This shifts the conversation towards elevating programs to a higher level through a variety of strategic improvements. We believe that a well-structured regulatory framework combined with a supportive platform that allows operators to thrive while enabling local councils to mandate specific requirements is the key to delivering best-in-class programs and services for the community and visitors to New South Wales. This approach also empowers operators to focus on improving parking solutions and generating economic benefits, from activating the nighttime economy to enhancing transport diversity for users to start and end their trips conveniently and safely. Since entering the bike sharing market in 2017, Hello Ride has rapidly grown to become a global market leader through our strong execution and focus on safety. To date, we have expanded our operations globally to over 500 cities with 750 million registered users, which has contributed to a reduction in carbon emissions by 250,000 kilotons, demonstrating our commitment to promoting clean and sustainable mobility. Most of our points today pertain to shared e-bike programs, though many of these considerations also extend to e-scooters and private devices. A key distinction between shared and private devices is the ability of operators to enforce riding conditions through technologies like geofencing, enhance safety through helmet provisions, constantly improving hardware, and educating users via targeted safety campaigns. Within our submission, we've provided a number of recommendations. I would just quickly like to reference two. Firstly, centralised regulation. We recommend that Transport for New South Wales take a central role in operator selection and oversight, centralising regulation at the state level through a consistent operator application process would ensure high safety standards, minimise clutter, and enhance the rider experience. The best regulatory settings are those that enable the community to fully leverage micromobility for their daily needs. These settings should support first and last mile transport, connecting riders to bus stops, train stations, events, local businesses, and other key locations. This is the ultimate goal. Secondly, infrastructure improvements. When we talk about infrastructure, there are two primary elements that we focus: bike lanes and then parking. We recommend the inclusion of bike lanes wherever possible and prioritise their integration to all new road development projects. Additionally, continue the ongoing implementation of bike lanes in cities to ensure e-bikes and other micromobility devices have the necessary infrastructure to operate safely and effectively. We acknowledge this should be in consultation with all relevant business and key stakeholders for various reasons. Parking. One critical aspect we've identified is the perception of shared micromobility programs. Despite their success in terms of thousands or even million trips completed in various cities, there is often a misconception between a successful program and the optics of improperly parked devices. This challenge arises because micromobility as a new form of transport must adapt to existing conditions, whether related to infrastructure, roadways, or other mobility devices. There isn't a one-size-fits-all solution for parking and micromobility. The built environment, initially designed for cars, later adapted for bicycles, now needs to accommodate e-bikes and e-scooters. A key starting point is to establish on-street parking solutions that provide dedicated spaces for these devices. When combined with existing parking technology, this approach can lead to significant improvements. We've seen numerous pilot programs addressing my two least favourite words, littered and dumped vehicles, by transitioning from free-floating models to geofence designated parking models. Over time, these evolve into more structured setups with ground decals guiding users to park correctly. We are now entering a phase where operators are using technology like beacons to address GPS drift and enhance parking accuracy and locations. Continued collaboration and support from both state and local governments are crucial in establishing these dedicated parking locations. This signals to operators that cities are committed to supporting micromobility, motivating us to invest in infrastructure upgrades. For example, we are currently working with Transport for New South Wales on a shared e-bike parking pilot to integrate services with public transport and improve poorly parked e-bikes around stations. We've also worked with the City of Sydney and currently working with them on a similar pilot. I'd like to emphasise our commitment as a global operator deeply dedicated to our local operations here in New South Wales. Over the past 2 years, we've invested significantly in our e-bike program in Sydney, and we are committed to further investment to enhance our products, operations, and technologies. We believe that this continued investment, coupled with our extensive global experience, enables us to deliver high-quality service to the shared mobility industry, creating lasting benefits for the local community and stakeholders for New South Wales. Thank you again for the opportunity to contribute, and I'm happy to take questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that opening statement. I just wanted to, talking about the issue with parking particularly, and one of your recommendations is, and you're not the only organisation to have made this recommendation, of micro-mobility parking every 200 metres. What's your kind of answer to where that would be, what type of space it would be? Say, for example, looking at, we could say Sydney, parts of Sydney, but if you're operating any regional centres like Wollongong and Newcastle, where is the best places for that every 200 metres? On the road, different spaces?
Yeah, I think there is no one-size-fits-all approach to this. The 200 metres has come from numerous research papers that have said any member of the public that has to walk further than 200 metres to reach a mobility device, the chance of them actually taking that device decreases. Now, in reference to these on-street parking locations that we recommend, this will obviously take time, and it can't happen every 200 metres in a city. So anywhere that there is the right space or infrastructure that we can bolt on or provide this space for micro devices, that's what we recommend. Anywhere that there isn't, we can still overlay our current technology to make sure that these stations are within a city. Now, I will note that some of these stations, if they're in high priority locations, they will have 20 devices. Some of these stations might have 2 devices or none at all, right? So they are, when I say stations, they're virtual stations on an app where people or users can park. I think when we talk and we move towards on-street parking, we really want to determine, and there is a lot of data out there, I mean, programs have been in Sydney for quite a while, these locations where people are starting and ending their trips quite frequently. I think that's the key element that we want to look at.
Okay, and what about, and so, sorry, do you do e-scooters anywhere or just e-bikes?
We currently just do e-bikes, but we have an e-scooter, and we are currently looking to introduce our first e-scooter soon.
Okay, and so talk us through the insurance issues, or the insurance that your company goes through, and whether there's been any problems with that, or whether there could be improvements in that space.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of the finer details of our insurance policy, we can take that on note, and I can't comment. What I can comment on is everyone that rides with us signs up to the terms of service and our riding rules, which goes, they must sign up to those riding rules. Then once they sign up, they are covered by our private and third-party insurance. We do pay hefty premiums to maintain this insurance. Now, I understand, and there have been conversation in regards to third-party accidents that do occur potentially on our devices. We track our devices. We know where they are. There's technology that most operators have to identify these locations. They have IDs. We have the ability to track these devices. So from our point of view, we work closely and investigate any incident that occurs, and then work with our insurance providers to ultimately provide the information that they need.
Okay, all right.
So does insurance cover children, obviously?
So part of our terms of service, you have to be over the age of 18 to ride a device.
Right, so you don't allow children to use the devices?
To sign up to our terms of service to ride the device. So generally anyone who is signing up, they have to have a credit card. So children generally don't have a credit card, right? So we find
adults can obviously.
Yeah, so that it comes to a big education piece, right? To ensure that if there is anything happening on the streets or a younger anyone under the age of 18, that we try and educate. We issue suspensions, warnings, and outright bans to anyone that is breaking those rules.
And what about helmets? How do you enforce helmets?
Helmets.
Not wearing a helmet obviously voids the insurance cover.
Yeah, so it's part of our terms of service. The helmets.
Right. See.
Can I just in terms of that? So your terms of service, do you provide when people sign up kind of like a welcome email, clear road rules when your insurance doesn't kick in, for example, if you don't wear a helmet, or is it all kind of buried in the fine print, if you like?
No, absolutely not. Like education is key, core, and critical for everything that we do. Safety is obviously at the front of every conversation in regards to micromobility. So when they sign up, there is also, runs them through these rules. They have the ability, and we will push them to other locations to read these rules. From there, we have numerous contact points with these users following their first ride or other rides in regards to the riding rules, educating them on safety, etc. So it's a constant process, and I think, the education piece for us is massive.
Might just on notice, if you could just provide the committee with what that looks like in terms of the documentation, that would be useful. I'll go to Mr. Benazia now.
Yeah. Can I also ask you to provide on notice those details around the insurance product, particularly the third party, because obviously there's a personal injury case that detailed that e-bikes aren't considered motor vehicles, so therefore aren't covered by CTP or third party insurance. So just to get a gauge of what the insurance product actually is. I guess the other question, picking up from Mr. Diadam, you spoke about needing a credit card to engage the service. Does that include debit cards? Because most people, in the absence of a credit card, will use a debit card. Functions much like a credit card, in terms of being able to tap and whatever else. I'd
have to take that on notice.
Because obviously more kids would have debit cards than credit cards. In terms of the helmets, I handed back a Lime helmet yesterday to Lime, and I noticed similar issues with your
Where is it?
helmets.
Where's your hello
the
helmet?
blue helmet.
Yeah.
I couldn't climb the tree; it was up too high. How much are you spending on replacing helmets? Just out of interest, I should have asked Lime this as well, but how much are you investing in the replacement of helmets?
10,000 this year. Around 10,000. We've introduced that.
Helmets or dollars?
10,000 helmets at around $9 to $10. So it's a significant investment.
Australia-wide or just in
Just in Sydney.
And how often? How do you track when a helmet goes walkabout? Given that these things don't have RFID.
Yeah, so I mean
tags in them.
Helmets. So at the start of the trip, there will be a helmet, right? Once they start the trip, they'll be prompted to accept the helmet. You can't start the trip without it. You put the helmet on, and then you return the helmet. The biggest problem is theft, right? A helmet's sitting on the street, or if a user doesn't lock the helmet back in, then it is just taken, and it is a problem, as you can tell.
So the bikes that you have out there that don't have helmets attached to them right now, can they still be engaged and ridden just by simply saying I've accepted the helmet, even though the helmet's not there?
I'd have to
or are they just dead devices just sitting there?
Yeah, I have to take on notice the actual parameters around that. But I think they all should have a helmet, right? That's the reality. In terms of the flow after that, I can take that on notice and provide also.
Yeah, just any details around how quickly you guys respond to missing helmets.
Yeah, so I mean, we're proactive on it is a big cost to the business. And, yesterday Lime, I think, said they've introduced 30,000, or they've had 30,000 helmets introduced this year alone, or from it's something we're looking to obviously improve. People need to ride helmets. We're firm believers in helmets. They need to be on devices. There is technology that is emerging. It was discussed through RFID. Is it scalable? These are the things that we really need to look into. But we are proactive.
Thank you.
Yep. We're also working on a few things to promote the usage of helmets. So for our users, one thing we're working on is we will let the users take a selfie with their helmets on. And when we receive that, we'll give this particular rider or user some free minutes.
Okay.
So could I just follow up on that though? So you don't know, or if there's a bike or a scooter without a helmet, are you saying that your user can operate that device? There's nothing to stop them riding that without the helmet?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the logic. I've personally been with Hello for 3 or 4 months, and just need to make sure that the information I provide you is correct.
Sure, Mr. Wang?
Yeah, same here. We do recognize the helmet problem here, and as an operator, what we're doing is we just keep ordering new helmets and ship it to Australia. But
Sure. I'm less interested though
Yeah.
in, don't take this the wrong way, in the business model and the cost to you. I'm more interested in the rider and the
Yeah.
safety for them.
Yeah.
So they can operate one of these right now, as they could a normal private bicycle, I guess, if they wanted to. But I thought that there was technology to ensure it was attached or that they couldn't operate it.
Yeah.
And one of the upsides of your share bike operations is that you have the ability, as I understand it,
Yep.
from my limited knowledge, of some technology to say you can't start it without, having the helmet or taking that picture. But you're telling the committee that at this stage you're either not sure about that, or you'd have to check whether it can be operated even if you're not wearing that helmet.
Yeah, I
Is that
mean,
correct?
based on regulations, we can enforce this. So let's say if there's a regulation saying if there's no helmets, the user should not be using this vehicle, we can comply with the regulation in the future.
I think that so the technology
That's
is
a
there.
different thing.
Yeah, that technology is there. I need to double check in regards to.
Yeah, okay. And sorry, just on that also, so then just in terms of the sort of collection of bikes and helmets, there's been some information about baskets in bikes being used as rubbish dumps and management of bikes. How are you dealing with that?
So we have 24/7 operations that service the fleet in the city as part of their process or them moving around the street. They should be replacing helmets. They should be clearing baskets. They should be sanitising these devices. They should also be doing our roadworthy check to make sure they're suitable on the street. So all of these things are part of their daily activities. There are going to be occurrences with the fleet sizes that, rubbish will end up in baskets, but we absolutely, address this and do all we can to obviously remove the rubbish as quick as possible.
So that's not a burden on councils. You
Absolutely. I think that's definitely on an operator to service the fleet and provide a service that is suitable for the community.
And how many? So that's locally employed staff that do that for
10
you?
to 15 staff, I'd say. It really fluctuates seasonally and based on fleet size.
Okay, so presently, or you can take notice if you like,
Yeah,
how many people you've got out doing that, just allaying those
For sure,
concerns
but I'd say
in the
about
community.
10 to 15. It fluctuates. It's a big operation. 24/7. Bikes move. They topple. They get parked incorrectly. We have an event in town. They move around the town pretty quick. So there is a lot of work that goes into obviously the operations and making sure we provide a service to the city that is suitable.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to questions from Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. I've really only got one question. It just comes out of some of the evidence you just provided. In relation to helmets, can you use your own helmet?
Absolutely.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so where the bike has, I guess, a helmet attached to it, and you use your own helmet, do you just leave the helmet attached to the bike? Does it impede the rider in any way if you want to use your own helmet instead?
So again, I take on notice the actual back-end mechanics, but usually, obviously, we promote people bringing their own helmets. We find that people like to bring their own helmets for various reasons, and usually there is the ability for them to acknowledge that they have their own helmet to continue on their ride.
So, I mean, I'm just making the observation that, maybe somebody has a little bit of OCD, wants to bring their own helmet. If they don't, how often do you clean the helmets? How often are they, because, you can imagine that it can potentially be somewhat of a health risk should they go too long without actually being serviced or sanitised.
Yeah, so as I said, we have 24/7 operations that service our devices. When they touch them, I think they're probably getting sanitised more often than a lot of amenities in the public. So we do service our devices. We do move around and do all we can to provide the service that we need. So at this point in time, I think we're complying with what we need to do there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I want to ask about, so you operate in Singapore. Can you tell us a bit about the regulatory environment in Singapore and were there any lessons that we can learn from the Singapore experience?
Yeah. So currently we're the second biggest operator for share bikes in Singapore, and we believe our team, the operational team, has been doing a quite well job. So it just happened a few weeks ago. Our fleet size was increased from 10,000 bikes into 15,000 bikes. So I'm pretty sure in Singapore the regulation is very strict. So it shows that our ability to operate in this market is guaranteed. Yeah.
I think we've had a number of conversations on this because I'm quite interested, obviously, in a big size fleet and how we can use learnings from Singapore. I think the important thing to note is it's bikes, it's not e-bikes in Singapore. So there is the conversations there. Yeah, it's a very. I had the similar sort of, I guess, learning process that because they're bikes, the actual process is a little bit different. They are still controlled through GPS, and there's a lot of them. They have quite a lot of similar technology in terms of parking, etc. But it is bikes, so it sort of changes, I guess, the dynamics of those conversations.
And how does Singapore regulate the parking question?
Yeah, so for Singapore right now, we have designated parking, but also we're using another approach. I will probably saw that in Australia before as well. So the riders have to take a picture of the vehicle and return the bike into this restricted areas or parking spots.
I think with Singapore, I mean, the amenities that are there, right? It's in some locations it's quite well developed, others not. I think where you find a lot of e-bikes is those locations where it is suitable for users to ride. The technology Simon mentioned is dedicated, so they have dedicated infrastructure. They use geofence technology. They then do overlay a QR code technology that is bolted into the ground. So when you finish your trip, you scan that QR code, and that obviously has a geofence around it. It has been tested in Australia, not necessarily bolted, but through decals. There are many factors that work and don't work, and we have, I think, the learnings that we've taken is that beacons or permanent infrastructure is the way we probably need to go, because it really helps define, not only provides a location where to park, but it helps with the GPS drift and all these other conversations.
Okay, great. All right, if there's no other questions, we're actually almost at time anyway, so thank you both so much for appearing today. Thanks for your submissions and your evidence, very useful for us. The committee will be in touch with the Secretariat will be in touch with you about the questions you took on notice, as well as if we have any supplementary questions for you. So thanks again.
Thank you.
And that's the end of our hearing today.